Okay, that brings us to the end of this warm-up period. Could we ask the officials to move to their places, please? And if you are in the 50-meter backstroke, you are advised to make your way to the marshalling area. The warm-up is now closed. So we should be having all competitors in the 50-meter backstroke making their way to marshalling to join those from the 200 butterfly. So thank you for your cooperation during that warm-up period. 200 fly and 50 back swimmers to the marshalling area, please. And if we could have officials taking their places so that we can commence on time. And a personal thank you from me as the swimming manager for your cooperation in the organisation of these championships. Our first long course regional championships for 3 years. Gives me huge pleasure to pass over to Matthew, who is our commentator for the racing.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the University of East Anglia Sports Park here in Norwich for day number 1 of the Swim England East Region 2022 long course championships. We have a jam-packed weekend of swimming for you. Got the 200 butterfly, the 50 backstroke, the 50 freestyle, 100 breaststroke to come this session, and 4 sessions of swimming over 3 days across this weekend. So lots and lots to come. Please can we put our hands together for all of our officials who are on poolside this morning. Your technical director is Mr. Stuart Murray. He's assisted by lead referee Jane O'Brien and Dave Harmon. And your starter this morning is Mr. Jonathan Ray. We start with the women's 200 butterfly. This is heat number 1. Lane 1. In this first one is Kira May Ingram for Hemel Hempstead. Charlotte Shaw of the City of Peterborough goes in 2. Olivia Dutson for the City of Norwich is in 3. Ashlyn Foley Wright from Basildon and Phoenix in 4. 5 is Gracie Brinkley for West Suffolk. Teammate Eloise Perry goes in 6, and 7 is Maisie Williams for Canvey. Charlotte Shaw over in lane 2, leading at the halfway stage, 117.19 100-meter split. Ashlyn Foley Wright very close behind though, less than half a second separating those two at 100 meters. But Charlotte Shaw's lead just seems to be increasing from that outside lane now. She's got a good 4 or 5 meters on the second and third place swimmers in this first heat of the 200 fly. And her finish time's not going to be half bad either. 2:43.70 for Charlotte Shaw to take heat 1. Ashlyn Foley Wright second in a 2:48.4, and then Olivia Dutson third. Heat number 2. Lane 1 is Anouk Zucchini from Nasidia Cambridge. Teammate Leonie Anman goes in 2. 3 is Maya Shackle for Watford, and teammate Amy Boreham goes in 4. 5 is Romilly Marks for Newmarket. Lane 6 is Amelie Hawksley for the City of Ely. 7 is Keely White for Potters Bar, and then Edie Newell for Brentwood goes in lane number 8. Close on this one at 100 meters. Maya Shackle and Amy Boreham turning just 0.2 of a second apart in lanes 3 and 4. The two Watford teammates. Maya Shackle continues to look strong in lane 3 at the moment. Into the last 25 5 meters or so. And Maya Shackle continues to lead. Who's going to get to the wall second? Could be quite close between Romilly Marks in 5 and Anouk Zacchini in 1. Into the last 5 meters goes Maya Shackle to take heat 2 in a time of 2:41.35. Romilly Marks is second there. And then Anouk Zacchini coming in third. Heat number 3. Notification of a disqualification. Event number 211, heat number 1, lane number 6. Event 211, heat 1, lane 6 was disqualified for a technical infraction. Swimmers in this third heat of the 200 butterfly are as follows. Then in 1, Anna Rumley for Flitwick. Lauren Hammond for the City of Cambridge goes in 2. 3 is Ellen Lauder for West Norfolk. Lexi Goodman for Basildon and Phoenix is in 4. 5 is Jasmine Coleman for Norwich Swan. Grace Mason from Bishop Stortford goes in 6. 7 is Eva Glynn from Hatfield, and then Louise Webster from Thurrock in lane number 8. Again, outside lanes doing strong in these first few heats of the 200 fly. Louise Webster in lane 8 over first there at 100 meters. Though Jasmine Coleman in 5. Not doing too badly either as it stands. .25 remaining, and Jasmine Coleman seems to be increasing in speed through these last few meters rather than showing signs of tiring. And Louise Webster in 8 still trying to stick with into the last 5, and actually this could be between lanes 4, 5 and 8 on the touch. It's going to come from lane 8. First in there, Louise Webster, 2:40.51. We'll just wait on the full confirmation of that result, actually. It was Louise Webster in 8, 2:45.1. And then Lexi Goodman in second position. Heat number 4. Total of 6 heats in this 200 butterfly makes heat 4 the first of the 3 cyclically seeded heats, so it will contain the third fastest seed coming into this event. Lane 1 is Anna Fallon for Team Luton. Lexi O'Connor from Basildon Phoenix goes in 2. 3 is Charlotte Smith from Norwich Swan. Matilda Ransom for the City of Cambridge goes in 4. 5 is Kate Cotter for Chelmsford. Hannah Willis of the City of Peterborough is in 6. 7 is Olivia Church for Thurrock, and then Florence Crowley from the City of St Albans goes in lane number 8. You do expect the swimmers in the centre lanes to have that little bit of an advantage in these cyclic heats. Of course, Matilda Ransom, the 3rd fastest swimmer qualifying in the 200 butterfly, to 17.70 qualifying time. It's going to put her very close to the 2nd fastest seed, which could make for some interesting finals. 15 meters to go then, and absolutely no doubt the Matilda Ransom is going to come first in this heat. 2nd, 3rd, and so on could be a little bit tighter. Ransom in first, 2:22.56. Hannah Willis in 2nd from lane number 6 in the end there, with Kate Cotter in 3rd. Heat number 5. Lane 1 is Lara Traherne from the City of Peterborough. Ruby Coyle from Norwich Swan goes in 2. 3 is Charlotte White from West Suffolk. Ellie O'Keefe from the City of Cambridge goes in 4. 5 is Tia Gardner from Basildon Phoenix. Georgia Holgate from the City of Cambridge goes in 6. 7 is Isabella Porzio from Putteridge. And then Holly Hawkins of Basildon Phoenix goes in lane number 8. I would say to be expected lane 4 to do well in a cyclic heat, but this one seems to be all about lane 3. Charlotte White from West Suffolk entered in 2:21.97, which should mean that Ellie O'Keefe in lane 4 would have a good 3-4 seconds advantage, but unless she has something to give in this last 15 or so meters, it is going to be Charlotte White into that wall first. The gap is closing though. in the closing stages. 5 meters to go. And is Charlotte White going to get pipped to the wall in the last 5? She might do. Not quite. 2:27.87 for Charlotte White. Ellie O'Keefe in second there. 2:28.16. And then Georgia Holgate third. Heat number 6 is the final heat. Kira Wookie from Colchester goes in 1. Menna Walmsley for the Team Luton in 2. Olivia Newman Baronius from Putteridge is in 3. 4 is Sarah Kalaska from Hatfield. Sky Carter of Basildon goes in 5. 6 is Harriet Salisbury for the City of Peterborough. Rebecca Smith from Norwich Swan goes in 7. And Lucinda Stanley from Harpenden is in lane number 8.
And in that previous heat, we have a corrected time in lane 5 of 2:29.40.
Very close at the turn there. Far less than a second separating Sarah Kalaska in 4 from Harriet Salisbury in 6. So Sarah Kalaska seems to be pulling ahead now in this third 50. Now just over a second separating those two swimmers. Sarah Kalaska, of course, the fastest seed into this competition, 2:13.96 her time. She might not win this final heat though, because here comes Sky Carter from Basildon, and there's absolutely no stopping her with 5 to go. Third with 50, and she's taken the 2 race leaders. 2:24.45 was Sarah Kalaska's time. We'll just wait on confirmation of Sky Carter, because we all saw her touch the wall first. And there we go, that time confirmed for Sky Carter, 1:23.59. Sarah Kalaska second, and Harriet Salisbury third. We now move to the 50 backstroke. This is heat number 1. I have had a set of car keys handed in, so if you lost a set of car keys, then they are with me on the announcer's desk. Meanwhile, in the pool, lane 3 is Nathan Birchiner for St. Felix School. Joe Power of Basildon is in 4. Charlie Payne for Newmarket in 5. And Thomas Underdown for Braintree goes in 6. These are going to be over thick and fast. Who's going to get into the wall first here? Very close in the end there between Nathan Birchenote and Joe Power. It is lane 3, Nathan Birchenote. They got there first though, 31.48. Joe Power just behind in 31.61. Heat number 2. Lane 1 is Oliver Smith from Basildon Phoenix. Toby Martin from Harpenden goes in 2. 3 is Castle Galindez for the City of Norwich. Jacob Hayes of Bishop Stortford in 4. 5 Samuel Jeffrey Hatfield. James Baker Brentwood in 6. 7 Edward Cook Leighton Buzzard. And Zach Stacey of Hoddesdon in lane number 8. Tight with 5 to go. It looks like lane 2 could be in with a shot here. Lane 1, actually, Oliver Smith, 31.07. Just touched out Toby Martin there, but a close finish between those two. Heat number 3.
Excuse me, could you just please step out of the way of the camera?
Harrison Shaw from Flitwick goes in 1. Janos Kadar, City of Cambridge in 2. Teammate James Williamson in 3. Thomas Small, Norwich in 4. Lucas Hartley from Hatfield in 5. James Renton from Potters Bar in 6. Ben Howlett from Team Ipswich in 7. And Alfie Barrett from Leighton Buzzard in lane number 8. Into the last 15. And Thomas Small looks strong in lane 4. But also, again, lanes 1 and 2 coming thick and fast in this one. It is lane 4, Thomas Small, 30.28 that takes it. Janos Kadar just 0.01 behind to touch second in lane 2. And then Harrison Shaw in third. Heat number 4. The following swimmers have qualified for the final in the 200 butterfly. You have 15 minutes to withdraw if you wish to. Holly Hawkins, Laura Treherne, Kate Cotter, Sky Carter, Georgia Holgate, Charlotte Smith, Lexi O'Connor, Louise Webster, reserves Lexi Goodman and Maya Shackle. That's the 15 years age group. I will go through the rest in the following heats of the 53. Meanwhile, in the pool, lane 4 again looking strong here. That's Ryan Wall in the centre. Is he going to take the touch? I think he should do without too much trouble. 29.81 for Ryan Wall from the City of Cambridge. Second, Jack Osborne. Heat 5. 16 years age group 200 butterfly finalists: Anouk Zacchini, Jasmine Coleman, Olivia Church, Matilda Ransom, Olivia Newman Baronius, Florence Crowley, Romilly Marks, Amy Borum. Reserves: Leonie Amman and Amelie Hawksley. In the meantime, in the pool, 15 metres to go of this fifth heat of the men's 50 backstroke. And I am not going to separate those boys. Under the flags they come in pretty much a straight line. Lane 1 looks quite strong. He is going to take it. 29.53 from the first lane. Timon Chapman in second there from lane 3. With Jacob Ray third. It was lanes 1, 2 and 3. Heat number 6. And finalists in the 17 years and over age group of the 200 butterfly: Tia Gardner, Ellie O'Keefe, Hannah Willis, Sarah Kalaska, Harriet Salisbury, Charlotte White, Menna Walmsley, Isabella Porzio, and reserves: Anna Fallon and Rebecca Smith. You now have less than 15 minutes to withdraw if you wish to do so from those finals. In the meantime, there are 10 metres remaining in this heat, and it is again pretty close indeed. Very little separating any of those swimmers. Jack McDonald in there first, 29.17 his finish time, with Jack Eden in second, and then Diego Derrington third. Heat number 7. Lane 1 is Jimmy Taylor. Lane 2, Matthew Money. 3, Lewis Chapman. 4, Joseph Bavey. Jensen Hurrell goes in 5. Thomas Boyd in 6. Cornelius Verdonk in 7. And Joseph Kenny in lane number 8. Into the final 10. And Jensen Hurrell looks strong at the moment in lane 5. The Thurrock swimmer takes it in 29.05. Second came from lane 1 there, Jimmy Taylor, 29.09. And then Matthew Monter was just 0.01 behind. Heat number 8. Ethan Martin of Thurrock goes in 1. Tobias Olsby of West Norfolk in 2. Teammate Zach Campbell-Morgan in 3. Benjamin Green of Watford in 4. Fabian Berdinke of the City of Peterborough in 5. Charlie Summer from Derrenham in 6. Daniel Dixon from Basildon Phoenix in 7. And Ashton Redhead from Team Ipswich goes in lane number 8. Well into the cyclic heats here, and this could be our first lane 4 victory in quite a while. It is Benjamin Green that takes it, 27.81 for Benjamin Green. Second, 27.84, just 0.03 behind for Tobias Olsby in lane 2. Heat 9. Lane 1 is William Ellard for St. Felix School. Nathaniel Mapley for City St. Albans in 2. Matthew Aldred for Watford in 3. Nathan Wells for West Norfolk in 4. Liam Brennan for Basildon Phoenix in 5. 6 is Matthew Timon for City of Cambridge. Thomas Belcher for Modernian in 7. And Manuka Yaikadi for Norwich Swan goes in lane number 8. It's going to be lane 4 again on this one. Nathan Wells takes it in 27.34. Matthew Aldred almost half a second behind there in second. Nathaniel Mapley in third. Heat 10 is the final heat. Lane 2 is Sam Perkins for Team Ipswich. Jack Hill from Lindsley goes in free. 4, Marin de Villard for the St. Felix School. Jude Hills for Thurrock in 5. Joseph McGillivray for City of Norwich in 6. 7, Ashley Coombs for Bushy. And Kieran Burkitt from the City of St. Albans goes in lane number 8 into the final 10 metres. And Martin Villard does look strong in that centre lane, but it's absolutely not all about him. He will take it at 27.45. Half a second on Jack Hill, not a bad swim there, 28.07. And then Jude Hills just 0.01 behind second place. This is the Women's Open 50 metres freestyle, Heat 1. All swimmers in this first heat competing in para swimming categories. Claire Connon from the City of Cambridge, S5. Helen Thompson from Colchester, S14. Ida Corcoran from Flitwick, S9. And Ellie Chalice from Clacton, S3. Helen Thompson of Colchester in first there, 39.44 her time. Claire Connon in second, 42.38, and then Ida Corcoran in third. And Ellie Chalice in fourth, 56.13. Heat 2. Lane 1 is Abigail Wickens for Flitwick. Shad Mohammed, City of Peterborough goes in 2. 3, Kate Hopper, Berkhamsted. Imogen Tang of Bishop Stortford in 4. 5, Amelia Speechley for the City of Cambridge. Isla Fullock Holmes for the City of Peterborough in 6. Mwamba Mwasa from Norwich Swan in 7. And Lily Herring from Norwich Swan in 8. Lane 1 competing in S8, as is Lane 7, and Lane 8 is competing in S10. Into the wall first is Shahar Mohammed in 28.64. Kate Hopper in second, 29.04. And then into the wall come our para swimmers, Abigail Wickens, the first of the three. Heat number 3. Finalists in the men's 50 backstroke, 15 years age group: Oliver Scrimshaw, Janos Kadar, Jacob Ray, Ashton Redhead, Ryan Wall, Edward Ormsby, Harrison Shaw, Joe Hammond, reserves Jack Osborne, Kevin Moldovan, and 16 years Thomas Small, Maddox Roberts, Jack McDonald, Nathaniel Mapley, William Ellard, Manuka Yakodi, Diego Derrington, and Jake Moore, reserves Callum Cox, Max Arnold. Meanwhile, in the pool, we have 5 to go. Lane 1 looks quite strong. Lane 3 as well. It is going to be free in first. Chloe Armstrong, 29.03 her time. Isabel Mather just 0.01 behind that. Bethany Hamer third as we move to heat 4. 17 years and over swimmers: Jude Hills, Matthew Aldred, Benjamin Green, Nathan Wells, Marin de Villard, Tobias Oldsby, Jack Hill, Fabian Brdanicki, and reserves Zach Campbell-Morgan and Liam Brennan. You have 15 minutes to withdraw from a final that you have qualified for once the result has been produced. So 15 minutes, please, to withdraw from those finals if you no longer wish to swim in them. Into the last 5, and lane number 6 looks quite well. That's Alice Green. She's in second in the end, though. Ellen Duffield takes it from lane 4, 29.25. Alice Green in second. Actually, a joint second place between lanes 1 and 6 in that one. As we move to heat 5. Lane 1 is Ellie Catchpole for Leiston, Anna Lucia Fenner for Basildon Phoenix in 2, Ellie Burwood for St. Felix School in 3, Sophie Dowding for Team Ipswich in 4, Lila Howard for Team Luton in 5, 6 is Gracie Cornetti from Basildon Phoenix, Gabriella Gomez Pavon from Potters Bar goes in 7, and Sophia Thomas from Norwich Swan in lane number 8. Into the last 10, and lane 2 is going to take that one, 28.48. From Anna Lucia Fenner, second Ellie Burnwood, and third Sophie Dowding. As we go to heat number 6. Lane 1, Natalie Taylor. 2, Jessica Keogh. 3, Lisa Lineman. Kira Taylor goes in 4. Georgia Maggs in 5. Ruby Coyle in 6. Isabella Green in 7. And Olivia Church in lane number 8. Lane 2, Jessica Keogh is off fast here into the last 5. She is the first in that red zone. Lane 1 also looking strong here too. It is lane 1 that pips it in the end there. Natalie Taylor in the last few meters, 28.10. Jessica Keogh just 0.11 behind. Heat number 7. Lane 1 in this one is Olivia Cooper. Tegan Rayner goes in 2. Georgia Munday in 3. 4, Holly Lamb. 5, Freya Harwood. 6, Beth Young. 7, Emma Fields. And 8 is Leah Harris. Into the last couple of meters, and lane 3 looks quite strong, as does lane 1 once again here. And it is 1 again. Olivia Cooper, 27.85 to take the heat from the outside. Georgia Munday in second on that one, and then Holly Lamb third. This is heat number 8. Gareth Williams goes in 1, 2 is Greta Goddard, 3 Sarah O'Brien, Connie Davis in 4, 5 Hannah Brooks, 6 Megan Gray, 7 Lucy Young, and lane 8 is Emily Haslam. into the last 15, and this one closer than some of them have been. Difficult to identify any swimmer actually leading the pack on this one. Maybe free. It is free. Sarah O'Brien, 28.32, just 0.01 ahead of Greta Goddard. And then Connie Davies in third. Heat number 9. Lane 1 is Alice Longman. In 2, Emily Lush. 3 is Millie Fields. Ruby Greenhalf goes in 4. Ellie Hollis in 5. 6 is Victoria Daly. Sophie O'Keefe goes in lane number 7. And 8 is Rosie Brooks. Into the last 15. And once again, these swimmers all getting even closer as these heats speed up. Into the wall come the swimmers, and it is lane 2 that takes it. 28.04 for Emily Lush. Millie Fields picks up a second position in that heat, with Ellie Hollis just behind in third. Heat number 10. Matilda Bogle goes in lane 1. Tia Gardner in 2. Amara Addison in 3. May Bradburn in 4. 5, Georgia Talon. 6, Grace Greenhalf. 7, Caris Rosebun. And Francesca Barber goes in lane number 8. This is the first of the 3 cyclically seeded heats. So lane 4 is the third fastest seed going into the competition, and therefore we do expect her to be a little bit quicker than the rest of the swimmers in the heat. May Bradburn should get to the wall first. She does in 27.07. Matilda Bogle, though, good swim from lane 1, just a couple of tenths a second behind that. Heat number 11. Lane 1 is Georgia Holgate from the city of Cambridge. Charlotte Smith from Norwich Swan goes in 2. Jessica Shaw from the city of Peterborough in 3. Sasha Thomas from city of Norwich in 4. Yana Spinner from Hatfield goes in 5. Jessica Jane Applegate from city of Norwich in 6. Alex Mann in 7 from Chelmsford. And 8 is Mia Lowe from Basildon and Phoenix. Into the last couple of meters, and it is Sasha Thomas that takes it. 27.08 from that centre lane. Yana Spinner in second, with Jessica Shaw third. Heat 12 is the final heat. Lane 1, Natalie Sanford. 2, Charlotte Williams. 3, Mia Maspers. 4, Sky Carter. 5, Jessica Woodward. 6, Megan Pye. 7, Abigail Crawley. And lane 8 is Charlie Joyce. Into the final 15, and lane 3, Mia Maspers looks strong at the moment. Can she fend off Sky Carter in 4, though, as the swimmers approach the wall? It is Mia Maspers, 27 flat from lane 3. That's a fast time. Sky Carter in second there, with Charlotte Williams third. This is the men's 100 breaststroke, heat 1. Lane 3 is Harry Arnold Pepper from Royston. Freddie Weston of Brentwood goes in 4, and Peter Winter from Newmarket in lane number 5. Harry Arnold Pepper swimming in SB 8 in lane 3, and Peter Winter swimming in SB 9 in lane 5. Into the last 25 meters for Freddie Weston. The only able-bodied swimmer in this first heat, so swimming out on his own. Meanwhile, the two para swimmers have each other to swim against, though swimming in slightly different categories, so the para points up for grabs will be a little bit different between the two. Freddie Weston in third there, 121.98 for him. And it's going to be close between the two para athletes in 5 and 3. Peter Winter in second, 138.99, with Harry Arnold Pepper in third. Heat number 2. I have the finalists in the women's 50 freestyle. 15 years age group: Mia Lowe, Georgia Holgate, Natalie Taylor, Sky Carter, Amara Addison, Grace Greenhalgh, Shahad Mohammed and Lisa Lineman, with reserves Sophie Dowding and Chloe Armstrong. 16 years age group: Anna Lucia Fenner, Greta Goddard, Olivia Cooper, Matilda Bogle, Charlotte Williams, Caris Roseburn, Alexa Mann, Connie Davies, with reserves Francesca Baber and Ellie Burnwood. And then in the 17 years and over age group, Tia Gardner, Natalie Sanford, Sasha Thomas, Mia Maspers, May Bradburn, Yana Spinner, Jessica Woodward and Georgina Monday, with reserves Emily Lush and Abigail Crawley. 15 minutes to withdraw if you no longer want to swim in a final that you have qualified for. 15 to go in this second heat of the 100 breaststroke. And Reece Burrell in lane 5 leading the way at the moment. He has just a 1-stroke advantage on the rest of the heat. 118.07 for Reece Burrell. Jack Stapleton in second in the end there, with Thomas Spellman just behind. But the top 3 swimmers all in 118. Heat number 3.
You can download it afterwards. You should, yeah, YouTube. You can use outboard things to download things off YouTube.
Jack McDonald of Putteridge goes in 1. Yusuf Habib of the City of Peterborough is in 2. Luka Gutanovic of Putteridge in 3. 4 is James Renton for Potters Bar. Thomas Lilliard for Ware goes in 5. Batu centre for the City of Cambridge is in 6. 7 is Kieran Sterry for Basildon Phoenix, and Samuel Jeffrey from Hatfield goes in lane number 8. Lanes 1 and 2 look to be leading at the moment. In fact, all of the leaders come from outside lanes, with lane 8 going well here as well. But the leader very clearly, Yusuf Habib, the City of Peterborough swimmer, in lane 2. Here also comes lane 7, Kieran Sterry. This race has really chopped and changed throughout the 100 metres. It is going to be lane 7 that takes it. 1:16.56 for Kieran Sterry from Basildon. Second in that one, Samuel Jeffrey, with Yusuf Habib in the end coming in third. Heat number 4. Lane 1 is Jacob Swan from Braintree. Joseph Wells from West Norfolk goes in 2. Lane 3 is P. Gurav Marakonchev from the City of Peterborough. In 4, Thomas Barnes for the City of Norwich. Gagan Singh for the City of Peterborough goes in lane 5. 7 is Gabriel Lazel for Linslade, and then Kai Adams of Potters Bar goes in lane number 8. .25 metres remaining here, and Gagan Singh in lane 5 leading the way as things stand. 15 now to go, and Thomas Barnes trailing behind, but P. Gurav Makova is currently sat in second from lane 3. It is Gagan Singh, 1:15.99, that takes the heat. P. Gurav Makova second, 1:17.03, with Gabriel Lazel in third. Heat number 5. Lane 1 is William Presland for Bushy. Alex Twyford of Bushy goes in 2. Maddox Roberts for Witham Dolphins goes in 3. 4 is William Buckley for Watford in 5. Thomas Bale for Halstead. Colin McKenna for Thurrock goes in 6. And 7 is Benjamin Targett for Watford. Maddox Roberts over first at the far end in lane 3. Alex Twyford in 2 coming with him, as is Thomas Bale in 5. And now here comes Colin McKenna in 6, and also Benjamin Taggart in 7. So these swimmers really have some strong back end to their 100. Here comes Benjamin Taggart in 7. I think he is going to take the heat now. He absolutely does in 1:14.79 from lane 7. Second, 1:15.27 for Maddox Roberts, and third, Thomas Bale. Heat number 6. Lane 1 is Samuel Winslow for the City of Cambridge. Richard Vanstone for Chelmsford goes in 2. Charlie McKinnon for St Felix in 3. 4 is Andrew Tembra from the City of St Albans. Antonio Girolami for Colchester goes in 5. 6 is Matthew Riddle for Thurrock. Luke Reed of Basildon Phoenix is in lane 7. And lane 8 is James Gurpinar for Harlow. Richard Vanstone over first at 50, 33.68, 50-metre split with Samuel Winslow just behind in lane 1. So currently all about lanes 1 and 2, but remember, everything changed in the last 25 metres or so in the last heat, and it looks like it could be all changed in the last 25 in this one too, into the final 15. And Charlie McKinnon in free, looking strong now. He actually has about half a body length on the rest of the field as he touches in 1:14.35 to take heat number 6. Second was Samuel Winslow, with Richard Vanstone in third. This is heat number 7. Lane 1 is Ashton Neo for Linslade. Edward Merhan of West Suffolk goes in 2. Oscar Howell of Brentwood in 3. Austin Harrop for the City of Cambridge in 4. Luca Page for West Suffolk in 5. Arian Krasnicki of Watford in 6. Timon Chapman for the City of Norwich in 7. And Luke Payne for Hatfield in lane number 8. Ashton Neo is over first in lane 1. But again, no clear winner at this stage. 25 now remaining, and several other swimmers bringing themselves into the mix in the final few meters. Into the last 5, and here comes lane 8 also. It's going to be between 4 and 8. 8 takes it. Luke Payne at 1:14.35 from the outside. Austin Harrop in second, with Oscar Howell touching third. Heat number 8. Lane 1 is Billy Mead for Linslade. Harold Edwards of Braintree goes in 2. Jake Moore from Potters Bar in 3. James Clay from Stowmarket goes in 4. 5 is Ethan Howard for Potters Bar. Oliver Blight from Hatfield goes in 6. 7 is Patch Robinson for Team Ipswich. And Alfie Francis of Colchester goes in lane number 8. Once again, the race starting to even out in the closing few meters. 20 remaining. Lane 7, Patch Robinson looking strong at the moment. He's now into his final 10, but absolutely is not safe in terms of taking the heat. Oliver Blight in 6 to his left looks well too. Into the wall come the swimmers, and Patch Robinson takes it in 1:14.68. Oliver Blight second, with James Clay third. Heat number 9. Lane 1 is Finley Paul for the City of Norwich. Callum Karani of Colchester goes in 2. Jack Renouf of Hoddesdon in 3. James Noble of Norwich Swan in 4. Lewis Andrews from Norwich goes in 5. Billy Knibb from Lindslade is in 6. Joseph Burns from Witham goes in 7. And Lucas Hartley from Hatfield in lane 8. Finley Paul over first at 50, 33.14. His 50-metre split puts him more than half a second ahead of Jack Renouf at the minute. But again, just like that, that lead has now gone, with several swimmers starting to pull themselves forward in the last few metres. 15 remaining, and lane 3, that is Jack Renouf. And lane 7, Joseph Burns looking strong. It is going to be Joseph Burns that takes this heat now in 1:12.54. Jack Renouf in second. And Lewis Andrews just behind him in third. Heat number 10. Lane 1 is Matthew McCaughlin from Dunmow in 2. Adam Hazelwood from Putteridge. Louis James of Norwich goes in 3. 4 is Matthew Debenham for Team Ipswich. Matthias Morse from Hemel Hempstead goes in 5. 6 is Jake Thomas Mansfield for West Suffolk. Christopher Howe of the City of Cambridge goes in 7. And lane 8 is George Lovelock for Hitchin. Still haven't had anyone claim the lost car keys, so if you are fretting because you've lost your car keys, then I have it at the announcer's desk. Please do come and see me to reclaim your car key. .15 metres remaining, and George Lovelock in lane 8 looks like he's leading things currently. However, lane 4, that is Matthew Debenham, looks like he could take this also into the wall. They come, and Matthew Debenham does 1:12.59 the time. George Lovelock on the outside just behind, with Christopher Howe in third. Heat number 11. Lane 1 is Jacob Stephen from Brentwood. Edward Ormsby for the City of Cambridge goes in 2. 3 is Tyler Toombs from Chelmsford. Freddie Laws from West Norfolk goes in 4. 5 is Joseph Caldwell from Watford. Austin Lillywhite from Biggleswade is in 6. 7 is Samuel Rennie from Braintree. And Sam Mead from Lindslade goes in lane number 8 now. This is the first of the 3 cyclically seeded heats. So in this heat we have seed number 3, but we also have seed number 24. So we should expect this heat to be a little bit more spread out, and so far it is. However, Tyler Toombs in lane 3 looks like he's having quite a good swim with 25 metres now remaining. Freddie Laws does have a slight edge on him at the moment and does seem to be increasing in speed in the final few metres here. And he really is increasing in speed, actually. Now a body length ahead of Tyler Toombs, who he was neck and neck with only 20 or so metres ago. Freddie Laws takes it in 66.24. Tyler Toombs in second, 67.72. With Joseph Caldwell just behind in a 69.11. Heat number 12. Ben Buckley at the City of Norwich goes in 1. Mark Milburn for the Colchester goes in 2. Sam Perkins for Team Ipswich in 3. Oliver Vedren from the City of Norwich in 4. 5 is Dominic McCarthy for Hoddesdon. Lewis Chapman of Stowmarket goes in 6. 7 is Glennon Lee for Harlow. And Samuel Johnson of Holstead goes in lane number 8. Into the last 15 already then. And Oliver Vedren of the City of Norwich is absolutely going to take this heat without any trouble at all. 65.91 for Oliver Vedren. Second is Dominic McCarthy. Heat 13. Lane 1 in this one is Josh Martin for the City of Peterborough. Daniel Hollis from the City of St Albans goes in 2. Harvey Hall for Devon is in 3. Lawrence Palmer for Putteridge goes in 4. 5 is William Loveman for the City of St Albans. Thomas Page from West Suffolk goes in 6. Darrell Rand from Colchester in 7. And Daniel Boboye for Thurrock goes in lane number 8. Well, Lawrence Palmer is a very quick swimmer, the only swimmer to enter this meet in a time under the minute barrier. Of course, that is a short course time, and it is the sixth. He is the 6th fastest short course swimmer in the last 12 months in Great Britain. So it is no wonder that there is so much water between him and the rest of the pool. He's going to get a time of 63.04 to take the final heat of the 100 breaststroke. William Loveman is second there, and Harvey Hall third. And that concludes the first session of the weekend. Warm-up for session 4 will commence at 10:35, and I'm sure Tom will give you all of the information you need about that in just a few moments' time. But for now, officials, you may leave the poolside, and we will see you in an hour or so.
So in the second warm-up at 10:35, we will be able to commence and have some swim down as well as warm up.
Finalists in the 100 breaststroke in the 15 years age group: Patch Robinson, Lucas Hartley, Lewis Andrews, Edward Ormsby, Ben Buckley, Daniel Baboye, Charlie McKinnon and Benjamin Taggart. In the reserves are Samuel Winslow and Ethan Howard. In the 16 years age group, Austin Harrop and Jack Renouf, Josh Martin, Daniel Hollis, Glennon Lee, Joseph Burns, Louis James, Oliver Blight. Reserves Maddox Roberts and Richard Vanstone. And then in the 17 years and over age group, Joseph Caldwell, Tyler Toombs, Freddie Laws, Lawrence Palmer, Olivier Vedren, William Loveman, Harvey Hall and Dominic McCarthy. Reserves Sam Perkins and Daryl Rand. Remember that you have 15 minutes to withdraw from finals.
Right, we have warm-up commencing again at 25:2. This will be a girls' warm-up. Okay, so warm-up is due to start in 30 seconds. Much smaller warm-up this, so if you have want to swim down as well, you can do in this warm-up. And the warm-up will begin. Afraid I don't have.
Withdrawals, right, so it's in that section.
Okay, we now have lifeguards moving to their positions, so you may start your warm-up. We have had a withdrawal from the men's 100 breaststroke, but it is just a reserve. So the impact is that Richard Vanstone from Chelmsford becomes the first reserve in the 16-year age group final. There are actually no changes yet to those that are in the final. So we'll have some sprint lanes for this session, but we won't open every lane because there's a 400 in this session. You might want to carry on swimming. So sprint lane wise, we will open lanes 1, 2, 7 and 8 for sprints. But if you want to carry on swimming, then can you go into 3 to 6, please? And that will be in about a minute's time. So yes, 30 seconds and we'll open up 1, 2, 7 and 8 for dive starts. Continuous swimming 3 to 6. Okay, if the lane is clear, you can start your dives. Right, about 25 seconds to go. So if swimmers could be taking their final dives. Sorry? Yeah, there should be. Helen, is there a spare one of these? Okay, if you want to start, there's not many boys in this session. Girls, if you want to carry on swimming, you can, just in this session. There's not many boys in this warm-up, so girls, if you want to carry on swimming, you can. So we need the relay team declarations for the 4x200 meter freestyle. Not for this session, you've got a while yet. But if you could do those online, it's what we need to submit for the for consideration for national qualifying. So yeah, the online system for relays can be found in the event pack. We're trialing it this session, well, next session. But as early as you can do it, the better. And I'd appreciate if they could be done before the start of the session. Okay, we will be opening sprint lanes in about 30 seconds. We won't open every lane, however, so we will maintain lanes 4, 5 and 6 for continuous swimming. And we will have lanes 1, 2, 3, 7 and 8 for dive starts for the next 5 minutes. Once those lanes are clear, you can begin. Lane 5 is not a sprint lane. If you could move, please, to lanes 7 or 8 or 1, 2 and 3. Lane 4 is now empty of swimmers, so if you want to do dive starts in 4, please do. And indeed 5 is clear now as well, so spread out across the whole pool if you want now. Competitors for the women's 200 breaststroke are requested to make their way to the marshalling area immediately, please, such that we may be able to start on time. Minute and a half remaining. Thank you for your cooperation during that warm-up period. Warm-up is now complete. Please clear the pool. And we will be starting racing as soon as we are able. Please could competitors in 221, the Women's Open 200-metre breaststroke, make their way to the marshalling area. In addition, the 100-metre butterfly, one we're a few heats in. And I now pass you back over to Matthew, our commentator for the racing.
Well, a very good morning and welcome back to Norwich Sports Park for session 4 of the Swim England East Region Long Course Championships 2022. Tuna breaststroke will be our first event. We'll then go on to the men's 100 fly and then round off the morning with the women's 400 freestyle. So lots of racing to come over the course of the rest of the morning and early afternoon. We start with the women's 200 breaststroke, heat number 1. Lane 3 is Amy Harper for Watford. In 4, Amelie Crabb for Team Ipswich, and then Amelia Murphy for Chelmsford goes in lane 5. Amelia Murphy in lane 5 over first at halfway. 128 point her time. And into the last 25 metres now for Amelia Murphy of Chelmsford City. 2:57.70 she enters on. Her long course PB set at the beginning of April. 3 minutes 4.82. She's going to be there or thereabouts here. 3:04.80 for Amelia Murphy. 0.02 personal best for her, which I'm sure she'll be happy with. Amy Harper second and Amelie Crabb third. Heat number 2. Full pool of swimmers on this second heat. Sadie Rowe of Colchester goes in 1. Tia Hill, the City of Ely, in 2. Amola Josa for Hatfield goes in 3. Evie Jameson of Harlow is in 4. 5, Ruby Chapman for Norwich Swan. Chloe Simpson from Watford goes in 6. 7 is Kate Hopper for Berkhamsted, and Tabitha Payne of Thetford goes in lane number 8. Approaching halfway, Amila Jossa is over first, 124.4 100-meter split. Tia Hill is over a second behind at the moment in lane 2. But the 200 breaststroke is one of those events that is absolutely a test of stamina. All about making sure that you can hold on to your stroke. And race the race at a nice, even pace. Nothing seems to be stopping Imola Jossa yet, though. She continues to lead the way past 3/4 there. Jossa putting more water between herself and Hill. Into the last 15 meters now. Absolutely going to be Tia Hill into the wall second. Third onwards could be up for contention. No, Amila Jossa in first there, 2:56.88 her finish time. Tia Hill in second, 3 minutes 2:55. And then where did third come from? It was Chloe Simpson in lane 6. Heat number 3. And the board has returned to us, which is always useful. Lane 1 is Elizabeth Wright for West Suffolk. Jasmine Bale for Holstead goes in 2. Georgina Pritchard for Hatfield in 3. Cochley McNicholas of Devon goes in 4. 5 is Georgina Stokes from Newmarket. Kaylin Walker from Harlow goes in 6. 7 is Ellen Duffield from Team Ipswich. And in lane 8 is S. Harrison Marora from Hatfield. Georgia Pritchard over first in lane 3. But not a done deal yet. Jasmine Bale into was sticking with. And now we're into the final 25, quite close at the moment between Elizabeth Wright over in 1, Georgia Pritchard in 3, and now here comes Georgina Stokes in lane number 5. Into the final 5 meters, and Georgina Stokes is going to take the heat to 56.28. Strong last 50 meters from her. Elizabeth Wright in 2nd, Georgia Pritchard 3rd. Heat number 5. Apologies, this is heat 4. In lane 1, Lily Bemmer for Felixstowe. Kira Beaver of Watford goes in lane 2. Sarah Mahmood of the City of Cambridge in 3. Alice Green for Hatfield in 4. Molly Grieve for Colchester goes in 5. 6 is Ashley Cooper for Hitchin. Laura Alexander Harty for Team Ipswich is in 7. And Misty Erin for Harlow goes in lane number 8. Coming up to 100 meters. Leading the way so far is Alice Green from Hatfield. 2:49.7 entry time. Molly Grieve in 5. Just a 1/10 of a second behind on paper. A little bit more at the 100-meter mark. However, lots of swimmers really starting to push here, and Molly Grieve is one of those. Coming up very close now to Alice Green in 4. Molly Grieve now over first in lane 5. Lily Bemmer over second in 1. Alice Green now all the way down in 4th position. Into the last 25 for Molly Grieve of Colchester. 5 meters remaining. And Molly Grieve takes it in 2:57.91. Second is close between 1 and 2. And we'll just wait for that result to be confirmed fully. Molly Grieve absolutely in there first. 2:57.91 was the time. Notification of a disqualification in event 221. Heat 4, lane 3 was disqualified for a technical infraction. This is heat 5. Lane 1 is Holly Hawkins for Basildon and Phoenix. Elijah Britton from St. Felix School goes in 2. Megan Gray of Hatfield is in 3. 4 is Kira Wookie for Colchester. Lucy King of Hitchin goes in 5. 6 is Lauren Gore for Bishop Stortford. Francesca Key of Thurrock goes in lane 7. And Grace Gunton of the City of Norwich is in lane number 8. Remember, this event is being live streamed across YouTube, so you can allow family and friends who can't make it down to Norwich here today to watch all of the action live. Easiest way to get to it is just to search for Swim England East on YouTube, and you should be able to find the links that way. And to those of you on YouTube, hi, thanks for joining us. Megan Gray is over first at 100 meters, 1:22.44 her time. And continuing to lead, though we have seen early race leaders in the heats of this 200 breaststroke chop and change as the race goes on. Though it is going to be very difficult to stop Megan Gray from Hatfield in this heat. 2:48.15 entry time. Megan Gray to that one in 2:52.48. Francesca Key second, 2:56.40. And Elijah Britton third. Heat number 6. The first of the 3 cyclically seeded heats, because we're running 8, and this is number 6. Lily Davis of the City of Peterborough goes in 1. Chloe Butler for St Ives in 2. Matilda Ransom for the City of Cambridge in 3. 4 is Caitlin Hartley for Hatfield. And then 2 teammates, 1 in 5, Louise Fidds, and in 6, Ellen Norton. Daisy Mixer from Norwich Swan goes in 7, and Charlotte Tree from Colchester in lane number 8. Louise Fidds swimming in the SB 14 category, and the only para swimmer competing in the 200 breaststroke. Matilda Ransom over first, 1:16.67. Her 100-meter split. Caitlin Hartley just behind. And now we're into the closing stages of this 200 swim. Matilda Ransom still leading the way, but pretty close between her and Caitlin Hartley at the moment. Just 10 meters remaining, and I think Matilda Ransom should have enough to take this, but Caitlin Hartley is going to stick with her in the final few meters. Ransom does it 2:41.25 her time. And that is a sizable personal best from her as well. Only swum in April, and she's improved by a couple of seconds. Caitlin Hartley, second, and Chloe Butler third. Heat number 7. Imogen Bloomfield from the City of Cambridge goes in lane 1. Isabella Porzio from Putteridge is in 2. Molly Lee from West Norfolk goes in 3. 4 is Beth Young for Team Ipswich. Kirsty Neal for Bishop's Stortford goes in 5. Sarah O'Brien for West Norfolk is in 6. 7 is Macy Dexter for the City of Cambridge, and Caitlin Richardson for Norwich Swan goes in lane number 8. anybody has lost a small child's coat, we have found said small child's coat, and it is currently residing at the swim shop. So if you've lost a small child's coat, then it is residing at the swim shop. Meanwhile, in the pool, in the centre 2 lanes there, Kirsty Neal in 5, Beth Young in 4, and Kirsty Neal is leading at the moment. She's got quite a lead actually on Beth Young as things stand. And bear in mind that Beth Young is the 2nd fastest seed into this event. Kirsty Neal will be the 5th fastest seed. 2:34 flat, Beth Young's time. And Kirsty Neal is at 2:39.53 to hopefully put herself in contention for a final this evening. Beth Young in 2nd and Sarah O'Brien 3rd. Heat number 8 is the final heat. Lane 1 is Charlotte Sanford for St. Felix School. Mia Lowe for Basildon and Phoenix goes in 2. Olivia Cooper for Basildon and Phoenix is in 3. Molly Monk for the City of Norwich goes in 4. 5 is Georgia Maggs for the City of Cambridge. Charlotte White for West Suffolk goes in 6. 7 is Isabel Cameron for City of Peterborough, and Yasmin Meadows for the City of St. Albans goes in lane 8. Olivia Cooper was over first at the 100-metre mark there. She's in lane 3 with the bright orange hat leading the way at the moment, but not a lot between her and Molly Monk in 4 currently. Georgia Maggs in 5, trying to keep with them as well. Very, very close between 3 and 4 at the moment. Just half a second separating those two swimmers with 40 or so meters remaining. And here comes Molly Monk, fastest qualifier into this event. And now leading this final heat, not by a massive margin, but by enough to make sure that she takes it fairly comfortably. Into the wall goes Molly Monk from the City of Norwich. The time is 2:39.04. Second was Olivia Cooper, and third, Georgia Maggs. This is the men's 100 butterfly, Heat 1. just free in this first one. Mark Evans from Hitchin goes in free. Finley Arnup for Norwich Swan in 4. And Rowan Brennan for Basildon and Phoenix goes in lane 5. Mark Evans in lane 3 is swimming in the S14 category here, and Rowan Brennan swimming in the S9. There's a couple more para swimmers to come further down the line too. Into the last 10 meters for Rowan Brennan from Basildon. He's going to take it in 105.97 for the S9 swimmer. Finley Arnup in second, 110.03. And then Mark Evans makes his way into the wall. Finish time 122.99. Heat number 2. Lane 2 is Rhys Burrell from West Norfolk. Rory Wilde from Chelmsford goes in free. 4 is Harrison Shaw from Flitwick. George Taylor of Bishop Stortford goes in 5. 6 is Nathan Birchenow from St. Felix. And in 7, Noah Mann from Newmarket. Into the final 15, and Harrison Shaw in lane 4 looking strong here. He's got about half a body length on the rest of the pool. Second and third unclear at current. It is Harrison Shaw that takes it, 65.6 free. George Taylor almost a second behind, 66.5 free. And then Nathan Birchenow into that wall third. Heat number 3. Finalists in the women's 200 breaststroke in the 15 years age group: Elizabeth Wright, Megan Gray, Lily Davis, Kirsty Neal, Mia Lowe, Isabel Cameron, Charlotte Sanford, Ellen Duffield. Reserves: S. Harrison Marora and Holly Hawkins. In the 16 years age group: Amela Jossa, Yasmin Meadows, Beth Young, Olivia Cooper, Matilda Ransom, Daisy Mixer, Macy Dexter and Elijah Britton. Reserves: Lauren Gore and Jasmine Bale. And 17 years and over age group: Isabella Porzio, Chloe Butler, Caitlin Hartley, Molly Monk, Georgia Mag, Charlotte White, Sarah O'Brien, Caitlin Richardson. And reserves: Ella Norton and Imogen Bloomfield. Swimmers, you have 15 minutes to withdraw from any finals that you wish to not swim. Meanwhile, in the pool, Joshua Ellis and Ben Minster are in lanes 4 and 5 respectively, and they're going fairly close to one another at the moment. Less than a stroke separating these two swimmers there as they swim into the 5-meter zone. It is lane 5 that takes it. Ben Minster in 64.18. Josh Ellis just behind, 64.30. And then Oliver Scrimshaw, 1:06.12. Let's go for heat 4. Lane 1 is James Peacock for the City of Peterborough. Riley Hall for the City of Cambridge goes in 2. Isaac Faruga from Basildon is in 3. George DeVuch of Leighton Buzzard in 4. 5. Jacob Ray from Basildon and Phoenix. Finley Kierman from Team Luton goes in 6. 7 is Ryan Wall from the City of Cambridge, and Daniel Mia from Modernian goes in lane number 8. Into the last 15, and the swimmers approach that false start rope with little separating any of them. 1 and 7 seem to be the outliers here. That's James Peacock in 1, Ryan Wall in 7. It is James Peacock that gets there first, 64.35. Ryan Wall just behind in second, 64.58. And Isaac Farugia, 64.9. Heat number 5. Lane 1 is James Gupenar for Harlow. Harry Stagg of Basildon goes in 2. 3 is Callum Cox for Bishop Stortford. August Stevens of Newmarket goes in 4. 5 is Ethan Howard for Potters Bar. Kevin Moldovan for Harlow goes in 6. 7 is Toby Martin for Harpenden. And 8 is Max Arnold for Harlow. Lane 1 over first there at 50. James Coupenard, 29.45. In fact, 5 of the swimmers there going under the 30-second marker at halfway. Into the last 25 or so meters, and lanes 5 and 7, the standout ones here. 7, Toby Martin seems to have a slight edge on the rest of the pool. I think he is going to get to the wall first in 7. He does 1:03.52. Ethan Howard just under half a second behind, 1:03.95. And then third was Kevin Moldovan. Heat number 6. Jason Ho of Hatfield goes in 1. Kai Adams for Potters Bar in 2. 3 is Sandys Sessins for Colchester. Jack Abram for the City of Norwich goes in 4. 5 is Robert Addis for West Norfolk. Arthur Burnans for Basildon is in 6. 7 is Jamie Joshua for Hatfield. And Luca Page of West Suffolk goes in lane 8. It is Luca Page in 8 that touches the wall first. 28.11. At 50 meters. Now just 25 remaining, and it looks like it's between him, Jason Ho on the far outside, and Jack Abram in the middle. The three swimmers as far away from each other as it is possible for three swimmers to be in an 8-lane swimming pool. Under the 5-meter flags they go, and it looks like one's going to take it. It is Jason Ho in 62.20. Luca Page is third in the end there, with Jack Abrams second. Heat number 7. Just 0.6 of a second separating this heat on paper. In lane 1, Daniel Clayton for Team Ipswich. Jack Barnard for Potters Bar goes in 2. Lewis Chapman for Stowmarket is in 3. 4, Jacob Stephen for Brentford. Oliver Pike of the City of Norwich goes in 5. 6 is Ashley Coombs for Bushy. Matthias Morse of Hemel Hempstead goes in 7. And Daniel McGuinness for Basildon and Phoenix in lane 8. It is Lewis Chapman in 3 over first, and by quite a margin as well. Almost a second ahead of everybody else at the 50-metre turn, and continues to have a substantial lead on the rest of the pool here. Into the final 5 metres then for Lewis Chapman in lane 3. He's going to take the heat without any trouble. 61.05 for him. Second on that one was Oliver Pike. And third was Daniel Clayton. Heat number 8. Lane 1 is Tobias Oglesby for West Norfolk. Zach Troman of Colchester goes in 2. Freddie Laws for West Norfolk is in 3. 4 is Louis James for Norwich Swan. 5 is Joseph Kenny for St. Felix School. 6 is Callum Karani for Colchester. 7 is Jensen Hurrell for Thurrock. 8 is Charlie Barrett for the City of Norwich. Tobias Oglesby in 1 over first at halfway, and continuing to have a lead of just under a body length at the moment. Also looking well on the outside is lane 8, Charlie Barrett. Into the last couple of metres, and Jensen Hurrell in 7, looking strong here too. It is Tobias Oglesby that takes it out, 61.10. Jensen Hurrell just 0.17 behind, and Freddie Laws in 3rd there. Heat number 9. Archie Chamberlain of West Suffolk goes in 1. Sami Zazami for Bishop Stortford in 2. Jordan Catchpole of Team Waveney in 3. Charles White of West Suffolk in 4. 5 is Matthew Aldred for Watford. Devesh Kapoor of the City of Norwich goes in 6. Damon Elliott for Dunmow is in 7. And Maddox Roberts of Witham goes in lane 8. Charles White leading the way here by a good margin. 15 to go. This is the first of the 3 cyclically seeded heats, so Charles White is the 3rd fastest seed into this competition, and he's going to take this heat without any trouble at all. 58 flat for Charles White. Matthew Aldred in 2nd, 59.24, and then Archie Chamberlain 3rd. Heat number 10. Lane 1 is Christopher Williamson for the City of Cambridge. Nikita Charkin for Thurrock goes in 2. Thomas Page of West Suffolk goes in 3. Jake Thomas Mansfield for West Suffolk in 4. Callum Davis from Bishop Stortford in 5. William Ellard for St. Felix School goes in 6. 7 is Jimmy Taylor for Thurrock, and 8 is Joseph Bavey for Newmarket. Jake Thomas Mansfield is over first in that centre lane. Thomas Page next to him was over second, but doesn't look like he's currently sat in second position. Into the last 15, and Jake Thomas Mansfield doesn't have this as comfortably as he might hope, though as I say that, he seems to increase in speed in the last 5, and he takes the heat in 58.16. Callum Davis in second, 59.4, and Thomas Page in third there. Heat number 11. Lane 1 is Matthew Brown for Stowmarket. Joseph Wells of West Norfolk goes in 2. Matthew Baker for West Suffolk is in 3. Harry Jones for the City of Norwich goes in 4. 5 is George Whiteman for the City of Peterborough. Harry Dean for Thurrock goes in 6. 7 is Jack Pallant for Team Waveney. And Thomas Boyd for Felix Teo goes in lane number 8. Harry Jones is the fastest swimmer coming into this competition, enters on a time of 55.56. Only puts him a little bit faster than the second fastest seed, so we could be in for quite a senior final tonight. Harry Jones takes it in 58.23. George Whiteman second, 59.38. And third, Matthew Baker, 59.91. This is the Women's Open 400 Freestyle, Heat 1. Lily Herring from Norwich Swan goes in lane 1. Lila Howard for Team Luton in 2. Connie Davies for Devon in 3. Nevo Mira for Watford goes in 4. 5 is Ashlyn Foley-Wright for Basildon Phoenix. In 6, Natalie Taylor for St. Felix. Abigail Wickens of Flitwick goes in 7, and 8 is Helen Thompson for Colchester. 3 of the swimmers in this are para swimmers. Lily Herring in 1, swimming as an S10 swimmer. Abigail Wickens in 7, swimming as an S8. And Helen Thompson in lane 8, swimming as an S14 swimmer. Lila Howard is leading currently in lane 2, 100 meters to go now, 3:38.59 her 300 meter split. Connie Davies over second. And now into the last 20 meters for Lila Howard in lane 2. Absolutely going to take the heat without any trouble at all. 4:52.12 her finish time. In second there, Connie Davis in lane 3, 4:55.89. And then Ashlyn Foley-Wright in lane 5 in third there. And two of the para swimmers still swimming. Lily Herring in 1 and Helen Thompson in lane 8. Also, Abigail Wickens in 7. Abigail Wickens finishing there. 5:54.34 her finish time. Just Wickens swimming in the S8 category. And then now, just Lily Herring in 1, Helen Thompson in lane 8, swimming in S10 and S14 respectively. Moving now to heat number 2. Bryony Edgings from Thurrock goes in lane 1. Grace Greenhalgh for the City of Norwich in 2. Francesca Key for Thurrock in 3. 4 is Olivia Church for Thurrock. In 5, Kirsty Neal for Bishop Stortford. Camille Vanier for Hatfield goes in 6. 7 is Indy Scott for the City of Cambridge. And Lexi Goodman for Basildon Phoenix goes in lane number 8. Finalists in the men's 100 butterfly are as follows. In the 15 years age group, Ryan Wall, Ethan Howard, Toby Martin, Oliver Pike, Zach Troman, Sanjeev Sessins, Kevin Moldovan and Isaac Faruga. Reserve finalists, Jacob Ray and Harrison Shaw. In the 16 years age group, Louis James, Henry Dean, William Allard, Archie Chamberlain, Matthew Baker, Nikita Charkin, Maddox Roberts and Jason Ho. Reserves, Luca Page and Daniel Clayton. And in the 17 years and over age group, Thomas Page, George Whiteman, Harry Jones, Charles White, Jake Thomas Mansfield, Matthew Aldred, Callum Davis, Sami Zazami, and reserves Jack Pallant and Joseph Bavey. Remember that you have 15 minutes to withdraw from finals. 15 minutes to withdraw from finals. Into the final 100 metres then for Grace Greenhalgh in lane 2. Lane 2 seems to be the lucky lane in these 400s. And in now to the final 5 metres for Grace Greenhalgh, who is going to take this heat without any trouble at all. 4:41.79 is her time. Good second improvement on her entry time. Olivia Church second there, with Indy Scott third. Heat number 3. Lane 1 is Romilly Marks for Newmarket. Gabriella Gomez-Pavon for Potters Bar goes in 2. 3 is Olivia Fletcher for Basildon Phoenix. Gracie Committee, for Basildon goes in 4. 5 is Charlotte Tree for Colchester. Holly Driver for St. Felix School goes in 6. 7 is Maisha Trend Evans for Bishop Stortford. And Lisa Lineman for Chelmsford goes in lane 8. into the last few meters then, and Gracie Committee in lane 4 looks strong for Basildon. Charlotte Tree very much trying to stick with as it stands though. .50 meters remaining, and this could come pretty close actually between 4 and 5 here. At the moment, there's exactly 2 seconds separating them. And I think the Gracie Committee has just the right amount left in the tank here with 25 to go. There is little that is going to be able to stop her from taking this third heat of the 400 freestyle. And Gracie Committee takes it 4:46.68, her final time. Charlotte Tree in second, and then Lisa Linehan is third, 4:51.03. Heat number 4. And coming now into the closing stages of this penultimate heat at the 400 freestyle. And it is going to be Sky Carter that takes the touch in 4:38.46. Alexa Mann second and Francesca Barber third. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the final heat of the women's 400 freestyle. In lane 1, representing the city of Norwich, Jessica Jane Applegate. In lane 2, representing the city of Norwich, Adel Zarowensky. In lane 3, representing the city of Norwich, Sasha Thomas. In lane 4, representing the city of Peterborough, Harriet Salisbury. In lane 5, representing Basildon Phoenix, Holly Lamb. In lane 6, representing Team Ipswich, Caris Rose Bunn. In lane 7, representing Chelmsford, Kate Cotter. And in lane 8, representing St. Felix School, Madeline Latimer Hicks. This is the Women's Open 400 Freestyle Fastest Heat. And away we are then with the fastest heat of the 400 freestyle. From the top to the bottom of your screen, Applegate, Zorinsky, Thomas, Salisbury, Lamb, Bunn, Cotter, Latimer Hicks. 8 lengths of this 50-meter pool for these swimmers in the 400 freestyle. Sasha Thomas over first at the 100-meter mark, 64.5 for her 100-meter split. She is continuing to lead the way here. Harriet Salisbury sitting in second position at the moment. Sasha Thomas has the third fastest time coming into this meet. That's why she's in lane 3 in the fastest heat. It could just be that she's gone out quick here. 2:13.06, 200-meter time for Sasha Thomas. Harriet Salisbury is more than a second behind at the moment, but still very much within her grasp. Most of the swimmers in this race are competing in the 17 years and over age group, with the exception of lane 6, Caris Rosebun, and lane 7, Kate Cotter, competing in the 16 and 15-year age groups, respectively. And now there's 100 meters to go, and that gap has narrowed. Just half a second separating Sasha Thomas in 3 from Harriet Salisbury in 4. Which one is going to get to that wall first? Just 25 meters remains now for these two swimmers. Sasha Thomas in 3, Harriet Salisbury in 4. Which one is going to get to the wall first? Which one is going to try and claim the gold medal here at the Swim England East Region Championships 2022? Into the wall they go, and it is a joint first place. Sasha Thomas, Harriet Salisbury, both clock a time of 4:28.86. Obviously, this is a heat declared winner race. We have to check that will make them joint gold medalists, but almost certainly Sasha Thomas and Harriet Salisbury touched the wall at the same time in 4:28.86. Absolutely fantastic swimming. And that concludes session number 4 of the Swim England East Region Long Course Championships 2022. What fun we have had this morning. It all starts again this afternoon with session number 5. Let's have a look at when that will start. It will be a warm-up from 1. Swimming starts at 1:45 this afternoon. Warm-up from 1 for the next set of competitions. Officials may now leave the poolside. Thank you for your contribution this morning, as always. And in just a few moments, we will have the confirmed results of the 400 freestyle, including all of the medalists and placings. I have the results from the women's 400 freestyle. The medals are available to be collected and will be presented by the president of Cambridgeshire ASA, Janet Hardiment. In the 15 years age group, the bronze medal to Grace Greenhalgh of the City of Norwich. The silver goes to Sky Carter from Basildon Phoenix, and the gold to Kate Cotter from Chelmsford. In the 16 years age group, the bronze to Francesca Baber of Flitwick, the silver to Alexa Mann from Chelmsford, and the gold to Caris Rose Bunn from Team Ipswich. And in the 17 years age group, the bronze to Holly Lamb from Basildon Phoenix, and joint gold between Sasha Thomas of the City of Norwich and Harriet Salisbury from the City of Peterborough. And also in the multi-classification event, Lily Herring third for Norwich Swan. Second was Abigail Wickens for Flitwick. And first was Jessica Jane Applegate for the City of Norwich. Remember that all of the results are being published live on eastswimming.org. Eastswimming.org is the place you need to go to get all of the live results from across the championships. Warm-up for the next session will be at 1, and we'll restart racing at 1:45.
Okay, Paul needs to be clear now. Okay, we have warm-up commencing at 1 o'clock. So it'll be girls warm-up at 1 o'clock. Okay, warm-up due to start in 3 minutes. Okay, we're incredibly grateful to our lifeguards taking their positions. Much appreciated. Thank you for your service this weekend. It's hugely appreciated on behalf of the region. Okay, the time is 1 o'clock. Lanes 2, 4, 6 and 8 swim clockwise. 1, 3, 5 and 7 anti-clockwise. And we'll have 15 minutes of continuous swimming. Okay, we'll move to sprint lanes at 1:15. There are 2 minutes until they start. So yes, you should be clearing the pool. There are backstroke ledges in lanes 2, 4, 6 and 8. Okay, when the lane's clear, you can start. There is 1 minute remaining of this warm-up. Okay, warm-up has now completed for women. It's now the turn of the men's warm-up. So men, once the lane is clear, you can begin your warm-up. Right. If we could have the women from the 200-meter backstroke to marshalling, please, as soon as you're able, so we can start promptly. Okay, you can start your diving now. And could we please have the athletes for the 200-meter backstroke to marshalling, please? About 2 minutes left. There's some empty lanes and then some lanes with people queuing, so might want to move across. Thirty seconds remaining. Okay, that concludes the warm-up session. Should be taking your final dives. The warm-up is now over. Competitors for the 200 backstroke should be in marshalling now. Okay, and I hand you back now to Matthew, our event commentator.
And welcome back to Norwich Sport Park and to session number 5 of the Swim England East Region Long Course Championships 2022. Will be underway with the 200 backstroke for women in just a moment. Then we've got the men's 100 freestyle, the women's 50 breaststroke, men's 400 IM, and then we're going to finish the session off with some relays. Packed spectator balcony here on this sunny day in Norwich. We hope that they are all ready for some fast swimming over the course of this afternoon. This is the women's 200 backstroke, heat 1. Here are the swimmers in this first one then. Amelia Speechley from the city of Cambridge goes in 1. Emily Knight from Hadley in 2. Chloe Bellamy from West Norfolk goes in 3. 4 is Daisy Patterson for Thurrock. 5, Amy Harper for Watford. 6 is Bethany Hamer for Linslade. And Eva Glynn from Hatfield goes in lane number 7.
If we could have the men's 100 freestyle to marshalling as well, please.
And into the final 100, or rather final 70 or so meters. Lane 6, that's Bethany Hamer, looking strong at the moment. Lane 3, Chloe Bellamy, looking fairly well too. It is Amelia Speechley in 1, who's over first. And by a non-insignificant margin, Ivor is going to come between lanes 1, lane 3 and lane 6 here as they pass under 15 meters. Lane 6, Bethany Hamer certainly seems to be the strongest amongst them, along the back end at least. 5 to go. And Bethany Hamer takes the first heat of the afternoon, 2:36.37 the time. Chloe Bellamy in second there, with Amelia Speechley just behind in third. Heat number 2. Lane 1 is Jessica Medlicott for Dunstable. Indy Scott from the City of Cambridge goes in lane 2. Amelie Crabbe for Team Ipswich in 3. 4 is Chloe Staines for Chelmsford. 5, Olivia Church for Thurrock. Kaiser Cornish of Colchester goes in 6. 7 is Lilia Clarkson for St Felix School. And 8 is Olivia Clark for Chelmsford. Amelie Crabbe was over first at halfway. Can she maintain this lead now through the rest of this 200? Jessica Medlicott in 1 seems to be going with her. It's going to be tight enough at the turn. Just under a second between Crabbe and Medlicott at the moment. It is going to be Amelie Crabb that takes it in the end. No trouble at all. 2:35.37 for her. Lilia Clarkson dropped into second. 2:37.36 from lane 7. And then Jessica Medlicker in the end in third position. Heat number 3. Lane 1 in this one is Hannah Brooke for the City of St Albans. Emily Cutting for West Suffolk goes in 2. Anna Lucia Fenner from Basildon in 3. Natalie Taylor for St Felix School goes in 5. 6 is Holly Driver for St Felix School. 7 is Camille Vanier for Hatfield. And 8 is Neve O'Meara for Watford. Emily Cutting leading the way at the moment from lane 2. Also watch lane 7. Camille Venier. And now in the closing stages, just 15 to go, and it is pretty close here between Emily Cutting in 2 and Camille Venier in lane number 7. They go under the 5-meter flags pretty much together, but it is Cutting that takes it. 2:34.09 for Emily Cutting, second Camille Vanier, and then Natalie Taylor third. Heat number 4. Phoebe Matthews of Hatfield goes in 1. Emily Lush, her teammate, is in 2. Clemmy Butler-Brown for the City of Cambridge goes in 3. 4 is Madeline Latimer-Hicks for St. Felix School. Bryony Edgings of Thurrock goes in 5. 6 is Lucy Young for Modernian. Erin Wilkinson for Basildon and Phoenix goes in lane 7. And lane 8 is Isla Fullock Holmes of the City of Peterborough. It's Lucy Young in lane 6 that is over first, 1:14.10 her time. Clemmy Butler-Brown in lane 3 over second. But now Clemmy Brown is leading in lane 3 by 0.2 of a second. This one could be pretty close compared to the first 3 heats of the 200 back that were pretty clear cut at this stage. But maybe that was the push that Lucy Young needed, because she is now flying into the last 10 and then 5 meters. She's going to take the heat in no problem at all. 2:33.29 is her time, just outside her personal best. Madeline Latimer-Hicks in second there, and then Erin Wilkinson in third. Heat 5. Total of 7 heats in the 200 backstroke. And this is heat 5, the first cyclically seeded heat. Abigail Crawley of Team Ipswich goes in 1. Molly Redgrave of Colchester in 2. Charlotte Williams for Hatfield goes in lane number 3. 4 is Gracie Kay for the City of Cambridge. Charlie Joyce of Epping Forest goes in 5. 6 is Greta Goddard for Colchester. Caris Rose Byrne of Team Ipswich goes in 7. And 8 is Connie Davies for Devon. Charlie Joyce in lane 5 is swimming well here, leading by quite a margin. And as I said, this is the first cyclic heat, so she will be the 6th fastest seed into the competition, whereas Gracie Kay, currently sat in 2nd, will be the 1st. And this is coming to a conclusion. And the conclusion is that Charlie Joyce takes the heat in 2:22.35. Second, Gracie Kay, 2:25.10. And then Charlotte Williams in 3rd. Heat number 6. Alexa Mann for Chelmsford goes in lane 1. Isabel Mather for the City of Cambridge in 2. 3 is Amara Addison for Norwich Swan. 4, Matilda Bogle for Team Ipswich. Hannah Willis for the City of Peterborough goes in 5. 6 is Megan Donovan for the City of Peterborough. 7, Jessica Keogh for Hatfield. And 8 is Adel Zakareski for the City of Norwich. Matilda Bogle is the 2nd fastest swimmer in the meet and absolutely showing her strength here. 5 meters to go until she takes heat number 6 here at the Swim England East Region Championships. 2:18.87 is her time, just outside her personal best by 1/10 of a second or so. 2nd, Hannah Willis, 2:25.62. And then Amara Addison in 3rd. Heat number 7 is the final heat. Georgina Monday of Modernian goes in 2. Megan Pye for the City of Norwich in 3. 4 is Neve James for Bishop Stortford. Evangeline Pierce of Basildon goes in 5. 6 is Sophie O'Keefe for the City of Cambridge. Georgia Holgate, her teammate, goes in 7. And 8 is Lexi O'Connor for Basildon Phoenix. Neve James in that centre lane 4 is the fastest swimmer in the meet. 2:15.59 her entry time. That, of course, is a short course time, so not comparable here in the long course pool. Her long course personal best is 2:19.50, and that was set just before the first lockdown. Just under, 25 metres to go. Or should I say, rather 15. No doubt that Neve James is going to go fairly solidly into tonight's final. What's the time? 2:19.50. She exactly equals her personal best from 2 years ago. Exactly equal. Second is Evangeline Pierce. And third is Sophie O'Keefe. This is the men's open 100 freestyle heat 1. All three swimmers in this first heat swimming in this competition as para-athletes. Harry Arnold Pepper of Royston is S19, and then 4 and 5 both S14. Mark Evans of Hitchin goes in 4, and Lachlan Macbeth of Colchester in lane 5. Mark Evans has 10 metres to go before he takes this first heat from that centre lane 4. He entered on 1:12.33, a little bit outside that, 1:13.57. Although, of course, remember the allowance from long to short course. Heat number 2. Lane 2, and this one is Noah Mann for Newmarket. Kobe Cornwell from Potters Bar goes in lane number 3. Janos Kadar at the City of Cambridge is in 4. 5 is Rowan Brennan for Basildon. He's swimming as an S9 swimmer. Oliver Scrimshaw for Basildon goes in 6. 7 is Spencer Leaning for Team Luton. And that's it. There are just the 6 in this second heat. Already all the athletes over in a sub-minute time. Sub-minute time, sub-30-second time for the 50-meter split. And I think this is going to be a taste of what to come in terms of how close some of these heats are going to be. Lane 7, Spencer Leaning, looks like he's going to take this one. He does 59.27 is his finish time. Janos Kadar second, and Oliver Scrimshaw in third there. Heat 3. Finalists for the 200 backstroke in the 15 years age group: Camille Vanier, Lexi O'Connor, Megan Donovan, Evangeline Pierce, Amara Addison, Georgia Holgate, Isabel Mather, Amelie Crabbe. Reserves: Phoebe Matthews, Bethany Hamer. In the 16 years age group: Chloe Staines, Connie Davies, Greta Goddard, Matilda Bogle, Charlotte Williams, Caris Roseburn, Alexa Mann, Anna Lucia Fenner. Reserves: Olivia Clark and Olivia Church. And in the 17 years and over age group: Georgia Monday, Megan Pye, Sophie O'Keefe, Neve James, Charlie Joyce, Gracie Kay, Hannah Willis and Abigail Crawley. Reserves: Jessica Q and Molly Redgrave. Remember, swimmers, you have 15 minutes to withdraw from a final that you do not wish to swim in. Meanwhile, in the pool, there are just 10 meters remaining in lanes 4 and 7, looking strong in this one. I think that 4 should take it. That's Riley Hall. And he does 58.99. First swimmer we've seen under that 59-second mark. Joe Power just over it, 59.05 to touch second. And Finley Arnup just behind him. We move to heat 4. Lane 1 is Sean Diggins for Great Yarmouth. Jake Moore of Potters Bar goes in 2. James Copinart for Harlow is in 3. Aitken Toe for Ware goes in 4. 5 is Finley Blake for Team Ipswich. Jack Osborne of Devon goes in 6. 7, Rio Rogers for Basildon. And 8 is Henry Dean for Thurrock. Into the last 10, and this could be any one of about 3 swimmers in the centre. Lane 5, Finley Blake looks good. He does take it, 59.29. Aitken Toe just behind, 59.63, and then Jack Osborne in third. Heat number 5. Lane 1 is Raven Dodsworth for Newmarket. Kevin Moldovan for Harlow goes in 2. Samuel Walsh for Witham is in 3. Sandy Sissins of Colchester goes in 4. 5 is Jacob Ray for Basildon. William Buckley for Watford goes in 6. 7 is Lucas Hartley for Hatfield. And Nathan Birchenote of St. Felix goes in lane 8. Raven Dodsworth is off to a flying start here. 27.48 his 50-metre split. And continuing to lead down the final 50. He is the first to the 25-meter marker. But lane 5, Jacob Ray coming thick and fast now too. Into the final 10. And it is now Jacob Ray in 5 in the lead. He is going to take the heat in the end there. 58.29 for Jacob Ray. Lucas Hartley in 7 in second there. And then Sanjay Sasseens in third. Heat 6. Lane 1 is Colin Pedden for Saffron. Into Alex Twyford for Bushy in 3. Oliver Blight for Hatfield. 4 is Isaac Faruga for Basildon in 5. Kai Adams for Potters Bar. Then Team Ipswich have Patch Robinson in 6 and Ashton Redhead in 7. Daniel Mia of Modernian goes in lane number 8.
50-meter breaststroke to marshalling, please.
Between 3 and 2 in a minute. Oliver Blight in 3. Alex Twyford in 2. Just 0.2 of a second separating them at 50 meters. But Oliver Blight seems like he is coming thick and fast down the home straight, as does lane 6. That's Patch Robinson for Team Ipswich. I think that Oliver Blight should get there first, though, from lane 3. He does just 57.80. Patch Robinson just 0.14 behind. Ashton Redhead in third. Heat number 7. Lane 1 is Andrew Tembra for the City of St Albans. Harrison Shaw for Flitwick goes in 2. Luca Page for West Suffolk in 3. 4 is Alfie Francis for Colchester. 5, Thomas Bale for Halstead in 6. Ryan Wall for the City of Cambridge. Alexander Calverboer of City of St Albans goes in 7. And 8 is August Stevens for Newmarket. Again, very close between 2 and 3. Luca Page was over first. The lane 3 swimmer 26.74, but less than 1/10 of a second between him and Harrison Shaw at that 50-meter mark. And the swimmers in the rest of the pool starting to pull closer to them now as well, with 10 remaining. I think the Luca Page does still have an ever so slight lead, but it is down to the last few strokes. Luca Page takes it in 57.24. Thomas Bale second and Ryan Wall third. Heat 8. Lane 1 is Zach Troman for Colchester. Joe Flowers for St Felix School goes in 2. Callum Karani of Colchester is in 3. 4 is Thomas Ball for West Norfolk. Sam Mead of Lindsley goes in 5. 6 is Tyler Toombs for Chelmsford. Robert Addis of West Norfolk is in 7. And 8 is Jack Barnard for Potters Bar. .25 meters left on this one already. And lane 2, that's Joe Flowers. Looks like he might have a slight lead. However, as I say that, Sam Mead in 5 starts to pull himself into contention, and Thomas Ball in 4 is very much going with him. The two swimmers in those centre 2 lanes are going to get to the wall first. Which way round will it be, though? Sam Mead gets there first, just 57.85. 56.84. Thomas Bull 0.08 behind 57.92. And then Callum Karani in third. Heat number 9. Jacob Stephen for Brentwood goes in 1. Thomas Belcher for Modernian in 2. George DeVuge of Leighton Buzzard goes in 3. 4 is Jake Lamass for West Norfolk in 5. James Williamson for the City of Cambridge. Daniel McGuinness for Basildon Phoenix goes in 6. 7 is Zach Campbell Morgan for West Norfolk. And Daniel Clayton of Team Ipswich goes in lane number 8. And it seems to be lane 2. The last 3 or 4 heats has been over first at the 50-metre end. And this one is no different. Thomas Belcher from Modernian is over first at the far end. But now we have just 10 metres to go, and it is absolutely going to be impossible to call this one. These swimmers in practically a straight line as they approach the wall. Daniel Clayton takes it first from lane 8, 57.79. Second, just 0.04 behind. There was lane number 4. Sorry, lane 5. Heat number 10. Lane 1 is Louis Lane for Basildon. Jensen Hurrell for Thurrock goes in 2. 3 is Lewis Chapman for Stowmarket in 4. Keelan Gosney for Chelmsford. 5 is Oliver Kimber for the City of Norwich. Ethan Ivelaw Chapman for the City of St Albans goes in 6. 7 is Louis James for Norwich Swan. And 8 is Callum Cox for Bishop Stortford. This time it's lane 5 over first, Oliver Kimber. 26.85 at the turn end. And continuing to lead down the 50-metre straight. Lane 7 starting to come into contention too. That's Louis James. And he might actually take this heat now with a final sprint in the last few metres. Into the wall they go. It is Louis James, 56.91 his time. Oliver Kimber in second in the end there, 57.32. And Jensen Hurrell just a couple of tenths of a second behind him. Heat number 11. Nathaniel Mapley of the City of St Albans goes in 1. Josh Martin for the City of Peterborough in 2. Jack McDonald for Petteridge in 3. 4 is Austin Lillywhite for Biggleswade. Charlie Barrett for the City of Norwich goes in 5. 6 is Christopher Williamson for the City of Cambridge. Harvey Hall for Debenham goes in 7. And 8 is Darrell Rands for Colchester. This time it's Jack McDonald over first in lane 3, but only 0.2 of a separating him from lane 4 at 50 metres. Though he seems to be going from strength to strength. Also watch Nathaniel Mapley in lane 1, and now Charlie Barrett in 5, coming thick and fast too. Into the wall they go, and it is Jack McDonald, 56.26, that takes the heat. Nathaniel Mapley second, 56.5. And third was from Charlie Barrett. Heat number 12. Lane 1 is Jack Abram for the City of Norwich. Ethan Martin for Thurrock goes in 2. Ryan Roberts for Putteridge is in 3. 4 is Dominic McCarthy for Hoddesdon. 5, Max Arnold for Harlow. In 6, Mason Allen for Basildon. In 7, Harry Saunders for Newmarket. And lane 8 is Matthew Brown for Stowmarket. Ethan Martin in lane 2 over first there at the far end. And this is close now between lanes 1 and 2. In fact, here comes lane 1. Jack Abram has really saved up for the closing stages of this 100 free. 56.02 for Jack Abram on the outside. Max Arnold in second and Ethan Martin in third. But Jack Abram really flew down that final 50. Heat 13. Lane 1 is Archie Chamberlain for West Suffolk into Harry Robinson for the City of Cambridge. Matthew Rothwell, City of Peterborough goes in 3. 4, Tobias Olgsby for West Norfolk. Georgios Papagiorgio for City of Cambridge goes in 5. 6 is Freddie Laws for West Norfolk. 7 is Jimmy Taylor for Thurrock. And 8 is Joseph Kenny for St. Felix School. 25 metres remaining. That is all. Lane 6 looks strong here. That's Freddie Laws, though Tobias Olgsby really starting to try and pull himself into contention too. This could go any of several ways, actually. It is Freddie Laws that takes it, 55.87. Tobias Olgsby just 0.03 behind, 55.90. And then Harry Robinson in third. Heat number 14. Lane 1 is Thomas Boyd for Felixstowe into Charles White for West Suffolk in 3. Marin de Villard for St. Felix School in 4, Reese Housden for Hemel Hempstead. 5 is James Spears for Basildon Phoenix. 6 is George Whiteman for the City of Peterborough. 7 is Jack Hill for Linslade. And 8 is Damon Elliott for Dunmow. Reese Housden over first. This is the first cyclic heat, so we are expecting Lane 4 to have that little bit of a time advantage. Remember, the first heat that is cyclically seeded has the 3rd fastest and the 24th fastest swimmer swimming in it. So a little bit more spread out than some of these have been. And Reese Housden looks like he's going to take this fairly comfortably. James Spears trying to go with, but it is going to be Housden in there first. 53.55. James Spears in second. And a Marin Villard third. Heat 15. Lane 1 is Jake Thomas Mansfield for West Suffolk. In 2, Thomas Woolley for the City of Cambridge. 4 is Jackers Bonsell of City of Cambridge. 5, Matthew Baker for West Suffolk. In 6, Thomas Page, West Suffolk. 7 is Jude Hills for Thurrock. And 8 is Joseph Wells for West Norfolk. Jackers Bonsell is over first there, 25.30. at 50 metres. That's almost half a second in front of Matthew Baker in 5, which is impressive over a 100-metre swim. But Matthew Baker really starting to try and come back now. 15 metres to go, and I can't separate Jacques Boncel in 4 from Matthew Baker in 5. In fact, Matthew Baker is going to take this from 5. He does it in 53 flat. Jacques Boncel is second, 53.64, and Jude Hills is third. Quite a margin between those two swimmers in the centre there. Heat 16 is the final heat. Lane 1 is Joseph Baby for Newmarket. In 2, Maddox Roberts for Witham Dolphins. In 3, William Allard for the St. Felix School. In 4, Ben Blowers for City of Norwich. In 5, Nathan Wells for West Norfolk. In 6, Ashley Coombs for Bushy. In 7, Sammy Zazami for Bishop Stortford. And lane 8 is Jack Pallant for Team Waveney. Just 2 100ths of a second separating Ben Blowers in 4 from Nathan Wells in 5 at that turn. And now just 5 to go for these two swimmers. This is actually going to be fairly tight between Ben Blowers and Nathan Wells. It is Blowers in there first. 53.38 is the time for Ben Blowers. Second, Nathan Wells. And third, William Allard. That's going to be quite a final this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please do make sure that you stick around for the finals session. If you're swimming it in or not, it would be great to have you here cheering on all the swimmers who have qualified for regional finals. That session gets underway from 4:45 this afternoon. This is the women's 50 breaststroke, heat 1. Just 3 swimmers in this first one. Ellie Chalice of Clacton goes in 3. She's swimming in the SB2 category. Lila Odaro Burnett of Hatfield goes in 4, and Bethany Hamer of Linslade is in 5. It is going to be Lila Odaro Burnett that takes this fairly comfortably from lane 4. And into the wall comes Paralympic silver medalist Ellie Chalice in 67.14. Heat number 2. Lane 1 is Katrina Dalton for Tring. Caitlin Keane for Team Luton goes in 3. 4 is Beatrice Sapansky for West Suffolk in 5. Jennifer Davis for Dunstable in 6. Scarlett Jocelyn for the City of Cambridge. And lane 7 is Kate Hopper for Berkhamsted. Into the final few meters then for these swimmers, and Katrina Dalton looks strong on the outside. She's going to take it in 37.94. Caitlin Keane just under a second behind, 38.74. And then Kate Hopper third. This is heat number 3. Lane 1 is Catherine Lempriere for Team Luton. In 2, Elizabeth Wright for West Suffolk. In 3, Rosa Hammond for the City of Norwich. 4 is Misty Erin for Harlow. In 5, Miriam Muqdad for Bishop Stortford. 6 is Olivia Skittrell for West Norfolk. Pemberley Homigold of West Norfolk goes in 7. And 8 is Holly Larby for Putteridge. Into the final few, and it is going to be lane 2 by the looks of things here. That's Elizabeth Wright from West Suffolk. She takes it in 37.14. Catherine Lempriere in second there. Miriam Muqdad in third. This is heat number 4. Finalists in the men's 100 freestyle. We'll do this a final at a time, and then we'll go back to the swimming. 15 years age group: Zach Troman, Jacob Ray, James Williamson, Ryan Wall, Harrison Shaw, Patch Robinson, Ashton Redhead, Lucas Hartley. Reserves: Riley Hall and Joe Power. Meanwhile, in the pool, Olivia Riley in lane 3 in that fluorescent pink Hatfield hat is leading the way by quite a margin, actually, in a 50. She's going to take the heat without too much trouble at all. 36.07 her finish time. And Isabella Dalton about half a second behind, 36.87. And then Madeline Poole third. Heat 5. Sixteen years age group men's 100 freestyle finalists: Max Arnold, Archie Chamberlain, Maddox Roberts, Matthew Baker, William Ellard, Jack McDonald, Nathaniel Mapley, Louis James. Reserves: Mason Allen and Luca Page. Meanwhile, in the water, Ruby Chapman is the one swimming in lane 8, and she seems to be the one leading the way at the moment. 15 to go, and she is first at that 15-meter mark, but Jessica Fields in 1 looks quite strong here too. This is going to come from one of the 2 outside lanes, it would seem. Lane 1, actually, Jessica Fields is going to take it, 36.72. Alana Turnage is in second, and Charlotte Tree third. Heat number 6. (17 years and over age group men's 100 freestyle finalists: Jude Hills, James Spears, Nathan Wells, Ben Blowers, Reese Hosden, Jacques Bonsell, Marin de Villard and Jack Hill. Reserves: Joseph Bavey and Ashley Coombs. Remember, swimmers, you have 15 minutes to withdraw from a final if you would like to not swim in said final. In the meantime, there are just 10 meters or so to go in this 6th heat of the women's 50 breaststroke. And difficult to call. Lane 3 and lane 1 both look strong. It is lane 1 that takes it. Tabitha Payne, 36.62. Second was lane 3. Heat number 7. Lane 1 is Sarah Mahmood for City of Cambridge. Megan Jones of Flitwick goes in 2. Caitlin Richardson for Norwich Swan in 3. Elijah Britton for St. Felix School in 4. 5, Rebecca Nibb for Linslade. 6 is Ellie Burwood for St. Felix School. 7, Lily Bemmer for Felixstowe. And 8 is Amber Harbour for Verulam. Lanes 3 and 2 looking strong here. It is going to be lane 3, Caitlin Richardson that takes it, 35.78 the time. Megan Jones is second, and Elijah Britton third. This is heat number 8. Lane 1 is Jessica Mahoney for the City of Peterborough. Maya Schauksmith for the City of Norwich goes in 2. Cotchley McNicholas of Debden is in 3. 4 is Georgina Monday for Maderni in 5. Katie Jeffrey for Hatfield. 6, Jasmine Bale for Holstead. In 7, Keris Williams for West Suffolk. And Sadie Rowe of Colchester goes in lane number 8. Just 5 metres remaining, and this is close between Cotchley McNicholas in 3 and Georgina Monday in 4. It is Georgina Monday that gets it just 36.14. Cotchley McNicholas is second, 36.56, and Maya Schauksmith third. Heat number 9. Lane 1 is Evie Brown for Watford. Holly Hawkins of Basildon goes in 2. Amelia Murphy for Chelmsford in 3. 4 is Charlotte Abramson for the City of Norwich. 5, Eden Horwood for Leighton Buzzard. 6 is Laura Alexander High for Team Ipswich. 7 is Eleni Zorn for Putteridge. And 8 is Jessica Sanford for Norwich Swan. Evie Brown takes that one in lane 1, 35.80 from the outside. Amelia Murphy, 36.42 down in lane 3. And then Holly Hawkins second. This is heat number 10. Lane 1 is Daisy Mixer for Norwich Swan. 2 is Molly Grieve for Colchester. 3 is Alexa Mann for Chelmsford. 4 is Lara Traherne for the City of Peterborough. 5, Yasmin Meadows for the City of St Albans. 6 is Isabella Porzio for Putteridge. 7, Imogen Bloomfield for the City of Cambridge. And 8 is Amola Jorza for Hatfield. Daisy Mixer leading at the moment from lane 1, and we're going to have another lane 1 victory. 35.13 her time. Second, Alexa Mann, and third, Molly Grieve. All those outside lanes taking the positions in these heats. And this is heat 11. Lane 1 is Grace Gunton for the City of Norwich. Megan Gray for Hatfield goes in 2. Phoebe Howard for Norwich Swan is in 3. 4 is Isabel Cameron for the City of Peterborough. Robin Quince of Runnymede goes in 5. 6 is Lily Davis for the City of Peterborough. Matilda Ransom of the City of Cambridge goes in 7. And 8 is Tia Hill for the City of Ely. difficult to call this one. Lane 4 looks strong here, but also those outside lanes again. It could be another lane 1 heat win here. It is 35.72 for Grace Gunton on the outside. Megan Gray just behind her, 35.87. And in the end, lane 4 came third. Heat number 12. Lane 1 is Charlotte Sanford for St. Felix. In 2, Francesca Key for Thurrock. In 3, Anna Lucia Fenner for Basildon. 4 is Louise Fitz for Hatfield. In 5, Natalie Sanford for St. Felix. In 6, Sky Carter for Basildon. 7 is Ellen Duffield for Team Ipswich. And 8 is Chloe Butler for St. Ives. Louise Fitz obviously swimming in the SB14 category. Into the last 5 in lane 2. Francesca Key looks like she should take this one. She does, 35.45. Charlotte Sanford just 5/100ths away in second. Heat 13. Lane 1 is Isabella Green for the City of Norwich. Charlotte Williams for Hatfield in 2. 3 is Sarah O'Brien for West Norfolk. 4, Molly Monk for the City of Norwich. 5, Molly Lee for West Norfolk. 6, Ellen Norton for Hatfield. And then Basildon have Olivia Cooper in 7 and Lexi O'Connor in lane number 8. Molly Monk leading from lane 4 at the moment, but Sarah O'Brien pretty close in 3. In fact, this is going to come right down to the touch with these two. 34 flat for Molly Monk. Sarah O'Brien just 0.15 behind with a 34.15. And then Charlotte Williams a full second behind them. Heat 14. Lane 1 is Lauren Gore for Bishop Stortford. Lily Blount of Hatfield goes in 2. Georgia Maggs for the City of Cambridge is in 3. Beth Young for Team Ipswich goes in 4. 5 is Katie Andrews for Norwich Swan. 6 is Kirsty Neal for Bishop Stortford. 7, Macy Dexter for the City of Cambridge. And Alice Green of Hatfield goes in lane number 8. We are into the cyclic heats here. So Beth Young is the second fastest seed into the competition. That's why she is that bit ahead, and she is definitely that bit ahead. She's going to touch the wall in 32.64, considerably faster than any time we have seen so far this afternoon. Lauren Gore is second, and Georgia Maggs just behind. Heat 15 is the final heat. Kira Wookie of Colchester goes in 1. Mia Lowe of Basildon in 2. Then Hatfield in the centre. Kaylin Hartley in 3. Ashley Ransom in 4. And Jana Spinner in 5. Megan Pye of the City of Norwich goes in 6. Iona Trainer from the City of Peterborough is in 7. And Jessica Woodward for Hatfield goes in lane number 8. Ashley Ransom, fastest seed into the competition. 31.30 is her entry time. 32.44 is her heat swim. Caitlin Hartley in second there, 33.85, and Amia Lowe in third. This is the men's open 400 meters individual medley heat 1. Just the 2 swimmers in this first heat. Thomas Spellman goes in lane 3 and Batu Centre in lane 4. Approaching the closing stages then of this first heat of the 400 IM. Thomas Spellman in lane 3, leading the way at the moment. 4:15.88 puts him just under 2 seconds ahead of Batu Centre. Definitely not something that can't be gained back over the course of a 100 free swim though. And now coming into the last few meters for Thomas Spellman in lane 3. This is the first time that he's swum a long course 400 IM, so that is a personal best for him. Batu Sentek in second, 5:34.97. And the same situation for him, a PB. Okay, then we move to heat 2. The following swimmers have qualified for a final in the women's 50 breaststroke. In the 15 years age group, Lily Davis, Kirsty Neal, Megan Gray, Mia Lowe, Charlotte Sanford, Isabel Cameron, Alice Green, Amelia Murphy, and reserves Holly Hawkins and Tabitha Payne. In the 16 years age group, Lily Blount, Isabella Green, Charlotte Williams, Beth Young, Lauren Gore, Daisy Mixer, Olivia Cooper, and Alexa Mann. Reserves Matilda Ransom and Anna Lucia Fenner. And in the 17 years and over age group, Katie Andrews, Georgia Maggs, Molly Monk, Ashley Ransom, Caitlin Hartley, Sarah O'Brien, Yana Spinner, Kira Wookie. Reserves Francesca Key and Ella Norton. Remember, swimmers, that you have 15 minutes to withdraw from a final. If you do not wish to swim in said final, please make sure that you withdraw within the next 15 minutes. Meanwhile, let's have a look at who is in the pool in this second heat of the 400 IM. Charlie McKinnon of St. Felix School goes in 1. Daniel Thompson for Thurrock is in 2. Ben Buckley from the city of Norwich in 3. William Buckley from Watford goes in 4. 5 is Christopher Howe for the city of Cambridge. Samuel Winslow for the city of Cambridge is in 6. 7, Oliver Smith from Basildon. And 8 is Austin Harrop from the city of Cambridge. Daniel Thompson has consistently led the way so far in this 400 IM heat. Though here comes lane 6, Samuel Winslow, very rapidly on the breaststroke here. It is absolutely going to be Samuel Winslow over first onto the freestyle. Less than 25 metres to go for Samuel Winslow from the city of Cambridge in lane number 6 here, and he is on for a cracker of a swim. Into the wall goes Samuel Winslow, 5:12.46. His previous long course personal best was 5:38.59. That's been absolutely obliterated. So fantastic swim there from Samuel Winslow. Second in the end there, Daniel Thompson in 5:16.67. And that's a 2-second PB from him as well. Heat number 3. Ben Howlett for Team Ipswich goes in 1. Oliver Blight for Hatfield in 2. Jamie Joshua for Hatfield goes in lane number 3. Corey Hare for Colchester takes up lane 4. 5 is Lucas Hartley for Hatfield in 6. Daniel Kendall for the City of Ely. 7 is Timon Chapman for the City of Norwich. And then Adam Hazelwood for Putteridge goes in lane 8. Corey Hare leading the way in lane 4. Lots of shouts of "Go Corey" in the venue here. He's over first at halfway, 2:31.17. Ben Howlett is a couple of seconds behind at the moment, but here he comes thick and fast on breaststroke. But it's Ben Howlett now who leads the way. Adam Hazelwood currently sat in second. Both swimmers on the outside of the heat, both expected to come towards the slower end of the heat, and yet being led from those outside lanes. Ben Howlett in lane 1 continues to have a substantial lead on everybody in the pool other than Adam Hazelwood over in lane 8. Even his lead on Hazelwood is pretty substantial. A good 5 seconds advantage at the moment. Ben Howlett set his personal best in the 400 IM in this very pool back in August at the Festival of Swimming. Swum here by the East region, and he's absolutely going to destroy it. 5:13.12 is about a 15-second personal best there for Ben Howlett. Second is Daniel Kendall in lane 6, and third is Adam Hazelwood. Heat number 4. Harry Stagg for Basildon and Phoenix goes in lane 1. Harrison Shaw for Flitwick is in 2. Patch Robinson for Team Ipswich goes in 3. 4 is Lewis Archer for Halstead. In 5, Antonio Girolami for Colchester. Kieran Burkett of the City of St Albans goes in 6. 7 is James Peacock for the City of Peterborough. Richard Vanstone for Chelmsford goes in lane number 8. And lane 6 here, Kieran Burkett flying off in the backstroke. Now on to the breaststroke, and well into the breaststroke as well. Patch Robinson has made up a good amount of ground here. Kieran Burkett put a lot of water between himself and the rest of the pool on the backstroke. But Pat Robinson is coming thick and fast on the breaststroke leg of this 400 IM. And into the final 100 meters of this 400 IM, Pat Robinson is really starting to make his way into the lead now. He has gone past Kieran Burkett despite the lead that Burkett had early on. Into the final 15 now then for Patch Robinson of Team Ipswich. Personal best going into this, 5:03.99. He sets a new personal best time, 5:01.48. A good 2-second PB there for Patch Robinson. And that time only set a couple of weeks ago at a City of Norwich meet. So he will be impressed with that, no doubt. Kieran Burkett, after leading the way early on, drops into second position, 5:05.80. Again, a substantial 2-second PB, and from a recent time as well. So both swimmers, I'm sure, will be happy with that performance. Heat 6.
Okay.
Heat number 5 of the 400 IM. Darryl Rands of Colchester goes in 1. Ben Minster for Thurrock is in 2. Austin Lillywhite for Biggleswade in 3. 4 is Ryan Roberts for Putteridge. Jack Barnard of Potters Bar is in 5. 6 is Daniel Moises for the City of Peterborough. 7 is Archie Chamberlain for West Suffolk. And 8 is Jason Ho for Hatfield. Well inside this 5th heat of the 400 IM, and Ben Minster in lane 2 is in the lead at the moment. Jason Ho in lane 8 looks quite strong too. Also lane 1, Darrell Rand. This one, unlike some of the previous heats, could go several different ways. 100 freestyle remains for Ben Minster, Darrell Rand's Jason Ho, who will be leading at the end of it. We will see in a few moments' time. Ben Minster, if anything, managing to increase his speed over the closing stages of this race. And into the last few meters, a last-minute challenge from Darrell Rand. Didn't quite get him there. Ben Minster took it in 5:04.04. Second was Darrell Rand, 5:04.39. Pretty close for a 400 IM. And third was Daniel Moises. Heat number 6. We are seeing some absolutely fantastic swimming here in Norwich this afternoon. Thank you to everybody who's here in the venue, cheering on all the swimmers, and also those of you who couldn't be here, choosing to watch from home, or wherever you might happen to be in the world. Swimmers in this one. Lane 1 is William Loveman for the City of St Albans. Sanjeev Sessins of Colchester goes in 2. Matthew Money from the City of Cambridge in 3. 4 is Freddie Laws for West Norfolk. 5 is Zach Troman for Colchester. 6, Edward Ormsby for the City of Cambridge. Ethan Howard of Potters Bar goes in 7. And 8 is Daniel Hollis of the City of St Albans. Into the closing stages of this race then. Freddie Laws is absolutely leading the way. There is no doubt about that one. He is a good 5-6 seconds ahead of the rest of the pool here in this penultimate heat of the 400 IM. Into the last 15 meters then for Freddie Laws. And he takes the heat in a time of 4:51.29. 4:51.29 to take the penultimate heat here at the Swim England East Region Championships 2022. Second, Edward Ormsby. But that time from Freddie Laws, a good 2 or 3 seconds personal best time. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the Men's Open 400 IM final heat. In lane 1, representing Basildon and Phoenix, Daniel McGuinness. In lane 2, representing Thurrock, Nikita Charkin. In lane 3, representing West Suffolk, Miles Turner. In lane 4, representing West Norfolk, Nathan Wells. In lane 5, representing Team Ipswich, Joe Cooper. Four by 200 meter freestyle relay. Olivia Cooper out first for Basildon and Phoenix. Georgia Holgate also up there, swimming for the city of Cambridge. These two swimmers leading the way in lanes 3 and 4 at the moment. Each swimmer, of course, swimming 200 meters. So far, Basildon and Phoenix A looking pretty strong. Of course, Basildon and Phoenix won the B final at the National Arena League this year, which was a big achievement for them. And I'm sure they'd love to pick up a couple of gold medals here at the Swim England East Region Championships as well. Basildon over first, 2:13.16. Basildon B over second, actually. Gracie Committee is now in the water for Basildon A in 4. Lexi O'Connor in the pool for Basildon B in 5. And it's Matilda Ransom in 3 for the city of Cambridge. This lead of Basildon's possibly starting to wane ever so slightly. About 4 seconds currently between Basildon A and the City of Cambridge. Is it going to be enough to guarantee Basildon the gold medals here? That lead decreasing again, 3 seconds now between City of Cambridge and Basildon and Phoenix. Well, this gap is getting pretty close now. Very little separating Basildon from the City of Cambridge, and these two swimmers are going to turn pretty much together halfway through the third leg of this 4x200 freestyle. It would seem likely that the City of Cambridge are going to transfer over first at takeover number 3. Macy Dexter currently in the water for the City of Cambridge. And 25, the noise inside Sports Park Norwich starting to increase as the City of Cambridge pull neck and neck with Basildon. This could come down to the wire. It's going to be about what the athletes in the final leg have left to give. It is still Basildon over first, but only just less than half a second separating the City of Cambridge in 3 from Basildon in 4. Do Basildon have enough here to maintain the lead that they've had throughout this 4x200 freestyle relay? Sky Carter now in the pool for Basildon. Isabel Mather in the water for the City of Cambridge. Both swimmers turning 0.02 separating those swimmers. And actually it's the City of Cambridge that were over first. Those 2/100ths of a second currently belonging to the sky blue hat of the City of Cambridge. But talking of sky blue hats, here comes Sky Carter in a bright orange one, and she's really starting to pull ahead now. In fact, considering that City of Cambridge turned first at 50, it is now Basildon ahead by 2 seconds. Into the final 50 metres, and Basildon have really started to pull this back, considering that just 100 metres ago they were behind the City of Cambridge. They are now a good 4 seconds in front. Lots of encouragement on poolside from both swimmers. But there is absolutely no stopping Sky Carter of Basildon and Phoenix A. They have swum this race absolutely perfectly. Into the wall comes Sky Carter from Basildon and Phoenix to take the gold medals. 8:57.64 for Basildon and Phoenix. They pick up gold. City of Cambridge put absolutely everything into trying to catch them, but in the end they take the silvers. Very well deserved. And it's gold and bronze for Basildon, with their B team picking up the bronze medals there. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for our next event. This is the girls 17 years and over 4x200 meters freestyle relay. In lane 3, the City of Norwich. In lane 4, Basildon and Phoenix. In lane 5, Hatfield. And in lane 6, the City of Cambridge. This is the women's 17 years and over 4x200 meters freestyle relay. So very close between lane 3, the City of Norwich, and lane 4, Basildon and Phoenix. May Bradburn for Basildon leading the way at the moment. Jessica Jane Applegate, obviously a Paralympic swimmer, an incredibly successful Paralympic swimmer, swimming in the able-bodied relays here. Basildon and Phoenix are over first, 2 minutes 9.10. Applegate to 11.32.
Okay, competitors can collect their medals from these heat declared winner events from the medal table. That includes all relays as well.
And I have those results here as well. Results of the men's 400 IM, 15 years age group, bronze to Sanjis Sesins of Colchester, silver to Zach Troman of Colchester, and gold to Edward Ormsby of the city of Cambridge. 16 years age group, bronze to Ben Minister for Thurrock, silver to Daniel McGuinness for Basildon and Phoenix, and gold to Nikita Charkin for Thurrock. And in the 17 years and over age group, bronze to Miles Turner, West Suffolk, silver to Joe Cooper, Team Ipswich, and gold to Nathan Wells from West Norfolk. And then the women's 14 to 16 years 800 freestyle relay. The bronze to Basildon and Phoenix B, silver to City of Cambridge, and the gold medals going to Basildon and Phoenix A. And they look like they are very much trying to get a second set of golds here in the 17 years and over relay, as we are at halfway. 4:21, 1:4 for Basildon. As Erin Wilkinson has set that time for them. Now in the water, Holly Lamb in 4, Emily Haslam in 3. And Holly Lamb just seems to be pulling further and further forwards for Basildon and Phoenix. On to the final leg then. And I'd be very surprised if anyone is going to be able to come close to Basildon and Phoenix A here. Tia Gardner in the centre lane for Basildon. Adel Zakrzewski in lane 3 for the city of Norwich. But a good, seriously good amount of distance between Basildon and anybody else. They've got a good 20 or so meters on the rest of the pool. And actually, this relay is pretty set in stone as we come into the final few meters. Tia Gardner for Basildon just continues to pull this club further and further forwards in this relay final. into the last 25 metres before Basildon and Phoenix take home their second set of relay gold medals this afternoon. Not a bad day's work from the Essex Club. You've got to hand it to them. Nobody could come close to Basildon and Phoenix. Tia Gardner finishes their relay with a gold. City of Norwich in second there, 8:51.89. And the reason I stopped was that Jana Spinner really put on a sprint in the last few metres. I did wonder if Hatfield could catch them, but not quite. Hatfield take the bronzes home. Gold to Basildon and Phoenix, silver to the City of Norwich, and bronze to Hatfield. And that concludes this session of the Swim England East Region Championships 2022. Thank you to everybody as always. Officials, you may leave the poolside. Thank you for your contribution as ever. We will be back for a 4 warm-up here in Norwich. 4:45, all the action gets underway for the finals. Please make sure you don't miss it. 4:20 for warm-up, 4:45 for all the finals action. We will see you in just under an hour.
Okay, and in view of the incident that occurred in that session, I'm afraid I can't offer a swim down at this point. So the pool is now closed and it will reopen at 20 past to give the lifeguards a rest.